Rajashekar. A very warm welcome. I would say this is indeed an eventful occasion when CPC2 has inspired taxmen to get into partnership, and with their support and cooperation, we have organized this one of its kind roundtable discussion. I would like to, on this occasion, welcome the very dynamic CPC chief, the Director of Income Tax of CPC Bengaluru, Dr. Sibichen Mathew. Sir, welcome to you on this very special occasion with a very special team that you have, fielded for today's event. We shall be welcoming them individually, but I would just very quickly like to make a mention of the Joint Director, Shri Rajashekar ji, the Deputy Directors, Shri Dharani ji, Madam Sujata, Shri Adhavan, and Shri Somasekhar ji on this occasion. It is a pleasure and privilege for me to say a few words about Dr. Sibichen Mathew, without whom probably this event would not have been possible. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, inspired by his vision, mission, and passion, we thought that we should take up this unique event, which has a twofold objective. And sir, it could not have come at a timing better than this, when just 2 days ago, the Honorable Finance Minister beckoned the income tax and even the GST departments to engage with the taxpayers. And I think if there were an ideal exercise in engaging with the taxpayers, a role model of the same is going to be this round table, which will, I'm sure, be remembered for a long time. What we have focused for today is, firstly, in each of these 3 sessions, and we've made it so exhaustive, I think we've not left any aspect of the CPC functioning, aside. We've covered E-Filing, we've covered E-Proceedings, we've covered E-Processing with its dimensions of Prima Facie adjustments, rectifications, and of course, we've taken up the most important area, the beloved tax refunds, and also along with that, issues like when you have representative assessees, legal heir, and most importantly, grievance redressal. Now, Sibichen sir, you will agree that CPC is probably processing more number of tax returns than the entire population of the United Kingdom, which is around 7 crores. And, if we did not have CPC, it is virtually impossible to imagine how the filing, processing, and all connected tasks could at all have been handled. And they say that whenever you take good initiatives, there are going to be attendant issues that you also need to address. And therefore, accepting the ground realities that there are challenges. We have hosted this session with this objective, as I was mentioning, that this becomes a right initiative in the direction of taxpayer education, because we believe that if we know more about the functionalities, we will make the best use of them. You know, an ideal example is our own computer or mobile phone. If we do not know its full features, we would not be able to make the most of it. So Dr. Matthews, with you and your team, we expect to reach out to taxpayers and tax professionals through this medium. And I want to mention to you and to thousands of our viewers who are viewing this through all social media platforms of Taxmann. It is the Taxmann's website, the YouTube, the Facebook, the Twitter handle, and LinkedIn. I think very rarely, a full-fledged, full-pronged, process is taken up, and we are using all these platforms to reach out. They will be live, but moreover, they will also be available in whole and in modules with a view to ensure that your golden advice as to what needs to be done so as to ensure that we do not make mistakes. How best can we use all features of CPC2? And of course, not shutting our eyes to the realities that also need to be looked at, because as it is said rightly, that every challenge or adversity carries the seed of an opportunity that can be transformed into prosperity. Sir, that is our goal. And we want to go forward. I would like to mention about Dr. Mathew. I think there are few doctorates. Of course, there are doctors and doctors in the department, both from the medical profession and with PhDs. Dr. Mathew is one of them, having had a very illustrious academic career from the IIM Bangalore, and he's got his MPhil, his PhD. You know, the most interesting thing about Dr. Mathew is completing 30 years in his departmental career. He has been rock solid here for the last 2 years, guiding and navigating the entire destiny of this very major mission of CPC2, which of course did have initial hiccups. He'll mention about them, but then it is stabilizing. But at the same time, sir, what we are very upbeat and happy about is that you allowed us, along with the taxpayer education, to put across issues. Taxmen during these past few days got scores of issues, I would say hundreds of issues, which were screened, which were authenticated that they really represent the issues which we need to put across. And sir, within the constraints of time of today's session, under each of the sessions, we've taken up some real quality issues which we would earnestly request you to please candidly focus on. And there are anxieties, there are concerns. Let's jointly brainstorm. And that's why we gave this CPC Roundtable a name of presentation, interaction, and brainstorming. Roundtable, as the name suggests, has got no edges. So there is nothing that's going to hurt us. We are all going to be on one platform together, arm in arm. It is like the whole team getting into a huddle to play a match to win. We want the nation to win. We want the Honorable Prime Minister's and the Honorable Finance Minister's dream of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav to be carried forward. And it is with that vision, mission, and passion, sir, we are launching this. I am taking this opportunity to make these opening remarks on a very positive note, that at the end of the session, let us try to all depart with the feeling, as the Urdu Shair has very beautifully put it, it may not be possible to spread a bed of roses overnight across your path. But nonetheless, why should you not try to remove as many thorns as you can? Sir, that is going to be our endeavor. That is going to be our goal. And let me welcome Dr. Mathew with this couplet saying, माना के हर जमीन को गुलजार न कर सके, माना कि हर जमीन को गुलजार न कर सके, कांटे तो कुछ कम कर गए गुजरे जिधर से हम. Let us take out at least whatever thorns that we can, and to lead the light for the day, may I invite Dr. Sibichen Mathew to deliver his keynote address before we plunge into the sessions. Dr. Mathew.
Thank you very much, Mukesh Patel ji. Thank you for the generous introduction.
Sir, unmute yourself, please. Yeah. Please.
Thank you very much, Mukesh ji.
Please.
Is it still not? It is actually unmuted.
We are able to hear him.
Yes, it's okay, sir. Please carry on.
I think only Mukesh ji could not hear me. Thank you so much, Mukesh ji, for the generous introduction today. And let me reiterate what you said before. This is the vision and mission of our Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Finance Minister, and also intention of Central Board of Direct Taxes, that taxpayer should be in the center stage in tax administration. This is a humble attempt to have an interaction with the tax practitioners and other taxpayers who are joined today for this program. Let me thank at the outset Taxmann team and also today's Taxmann representative here, CA Naveen, for being a wonderful host for today's program. And in fact, Mukesh Patel ji was working a lot in the last few weeks to have the settings clear and to arrange the topics, what topics taxpayers want right now, what should be the priority. And I'm sure the team, Taxmann team and the team CPC have prepared the topics that are more beneficial for taxpayers today. Now, dear friends, tax collection in this country is a joint, it's a collaborative exercise. Taxpayers, tax deductors, tax practitioners, and various intermediaries in between, along with large officials of income tax department. All of us strive together in mobilizing the revenue for this country, for the development of this country. CPC, Centralized Processing Center, plays a very small role in this large ecosystem, but a crucial role. As you are aware, CPC started functioning from 2009-10 onwards, and we all who are gathered here, we have gone through the ups and downs in the progress of processing of returns and related things. And we all know that we have reached a stage where we have entered a field where we largely contribute towards not only the filing, not only the processing of returns and issue of refunds, and doing rectification, but also linking the assessing officers to the taxpayer by way of robust e-proceedings. I'm very happy to quote again Mukesh Patel ji, who mentioned about the bed of roses. Dear friends, yes, we also do not claim to have a bed of roses, either for us as tax officers or for the taxpayers or the tax practitioners. We are only removing the thorns one by one. There is no perfect system, but we can strive towards perfection. That is the commitment we would like to inform you that we are having in CPC. We are having various income tax officers, additional directors, joint directors, deputy directors, income tax officers, inspectors, and staff, along with various our partner agencies and companies who are supporting us in public-private partnership. With a lot of dedication, dear friends, there are many youngsters with us, hundreds of people who are working in the call center. They just finished their graduation, they got good training with CPC, and they're trying to resolve, hear out the taxpayers. So there's a large team working on taxpayers' issues in CPC. When we process about 99% of returns in this country, we know that this is a big responsibility on centralized processing center. And if you see the last many years, initially in 2012-13, we took something around 212 days to process a return. And we have progressed radically. There's a lot of transformation happened in the way we process the returns. Now, dear friends, as all of you are aware, most of your taxpayers, you have filed your returns in assessment year 21-22 because of the CPC 2.0 in new system. We are happy to note and would like to share with you that average time for processing return has come down from 212 days, 10 years back, then 180 days, 150 days, 80 days, now it's less than 30 days. And 18% of returns are processed within a day. 23% of returns are processed within 1 to 7 days. And 21% returns from 8th day to 30th day. This has happened because of the technological upgradation which has happened. Dear friends, we have two challenges since we are dealing with two unique domains, IT and IT. IT income tax and IT information technology. As all of you know, both are dynamic. In India, it's a welfare state. So Income Tax Act is a social welfare legislation. It always have transitions based on the priorities of the communities and different cross-section society, different types of industry, trade. So government needs to come up with the changed rules and laws year after year. So Income Tax Act is dynamic because government has to ensure horizontal equity and vertical equity, and unfairness should be reduced to the minimum. In this exercise, when changes are made by legislature and rules are formed by our board, we need to have consequent changes in the forms, in the columns and rows when you fill up the return. The utilities need to be changed. So it is a dynamic environment. So information technology also gets changed. When we want to have a utility now, we would like to know which utility can work well with the taxpayer system. Which is the best taxpayer-friendly utility? How you can make return filing smoother? How you can make the filing of forms smoother? This all require a lot of complex exercise. Going through the forms, simplifying it, and for all these things, let me tell you, I should appreciate on behalf of Income Tax Department and CPC, all the tax practitioners community, chartered accountants, advocates, tax consultants. You were with us during this transition. Any number of UAT, user acceptance test, whatever test we do before launching a software, launching a functionality, still we require more feedback, because everything will not be, as Mukesh said in the beginning, roses. There are thorns. We need to pick up the thorns. To pick up the thorns out we need, and we got the help of the tax practitioners, chartered accountant, tax consultant community, business community. Even taxpayers have given us suggestions. And my team here in CPC, and one thing I would like to make it clear, I am only one officer of large number of officers under Director General of Systems. Under DG Systems, which is actually the supervisory wing of the CBDT to look after CPC, we have many additional Director Generals, Commissioners of Income Tax. I am only one of them. We all sit together, we all work together, and we got tremendous support from the community when we were going through this transition. Because of this, we could achieve so much in the last few months. Initially, there were hiccups, there were problems, and definitely we are going to solve all these problems in the coming days or coming weeks. Now we have 3 sessions already planned. I'm sure definitely our speakers, they're experts, they will present it systematically and we will interact. I will be here throughout the sessions, and let us keep interacting and try to spread awareness. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mathew. It's a privilege for us to have you here. Hello, everyone. I am C. Ridhima Bhatia from Taxmann. We shall now begin with our first session on e-filings and e-proceeding functionalities of CPC. With great honor, I welcome Shri Adhavan ji and Srimati Sujata Verma ji. Shri Adhavan ji is presently working as Deputy Director of Income Tax at CPC Bangalore. He is an IRS of 2014 batch and has been with e-filing for around 2 years. Currently, he is working as DDIT in CPC, handling the grievances arising from the e-filing portal. He will be presenting the finer points on the issues involved in e-filing, which will be followed by the presentation on e-proceedings by Srimati Sujata Verma ji. Srimati Sujata Verma ji, presently posted as Deputy Director of Income Tax e-filing at CPC Bangalore, is an officer from 2013 batch of the IRS. She has previously been posted in the corporate and non-corporate assessment charges, investigation wing, and regional faceless assessment center in Mumbai. A very good afternoon to respected sir and ma'am. Before we get started, I would request Dr. Sibichen, Mathew, DI, to please say a few words on the upcoming session.
Thank you so much, Ridhima. And for this session 1, we have 2 eminent speakers, as Ridhima has mentioned. They'll be speaking on e-filing. Now, as you know that once we had this transition happen in e-filing, we have already got 6.48 crore returns for assessment year 21-22 alone. That shows that filing system has become robust. And 29.8 lakh audit forms have been filed before the due date, well before the due date. And in the new portal, there are 2 unique features which our officers are going to explain to you. One is that e-proceedings functionality, which this e-filing portal also brings in this integrated communication management and excellent validation framework so that further adjustments and errors can be ruled out. With this opening remarks, I request our speakers to kindly present their respective topics for the benefit of taxpayers and tax practitioners who are present here.
Thank you, sir. I'll just share my screen to begin with the presentation. Now, please enable screen sharing too. Yeah, good afternoon, one and all. So I would like to thank our DAT, Dr. Sibichen Mathew, sir, and Shri Mukesh Patel and his team at Taxmann for organizing this meeting on this subject matter. So what I have planned is I will be presenting a basic overview of this newly launched E-Filing 2.0 portal. So I can basically understand all the tax professionals and the taxpayers. You have already gotten a hands-on experience with this E-Filing 2.0 portal based upon this past filings for the past 8 months. So however, I would basically give you an overall idea and the objective of our department. So why we have gone into this E-Filing 2.0 portal. So why we have transitioned from the old portal to new portal, and what are the basic new functionalities which we have arrived in this new portal. So this is the overall journey of E-Filing and Centralized Processing Center from the year 2004 onwards till 2018. So from 2018, eventually we have launched conceptualized, and 2020 we have launched E-Filing 2.0 portal. So basically E-Filing 1.0, which was the old portal, was first introduced in India in the year 2004 on a voluntary basis for all category of taxpayers. So in 2006, it was made mandatory for all corporate firms to file their taxes online. So eventually, the department made the process mandatory for both individual and non-individual taxpayers compulsorily in the year 2011. So in the 2011, our department engaged a managed service provider, example TCS, to launch a new portal, that is E-Filing 1.0 portal, which was still live till June 2021. With regard to CPC Centralized Processing Center, so it was set up at Bangalore in 2009. So to leverage the availability of data for the electronic formats of returns which we have reserved in the E-Filing portal and for processing of it. So we have engaged a service provider like basic Infosys from the year 2009. So which include a complete setup of IT systems here at Bangalore, where the bulk and routine function of processing were carried out. So once that has been set up, it was just a go away where we have achieved this ISO 15489 standard for the record management in the year 2013. So eventually in 2016, we launched e-payment of taxes. So it was to NSDL, and we integrated with our e-filing portal and CPC processing center. So in 2017, we have achieved a high volume processing of ITRs. Nearly 4.57 crores return was processed, though the number is higher this time. So compared in 2017 was a very large number, and we processed the same. So in 2018, eventually we realized that both centralized processing center and this integrated e-filing thing was operated by different vendors, and there was a complexity in the transmission of data, speedy processing of return, and security also. So we conceptualized that e-filing and CPC system should be combined as a single entity, and we launched IEC 2.0, that is Integrated E-Filing and CPC System 2.0. So after launching it, in the phase 1, we have gone live on November 2020, and the phase 2, where our e-filing 2.0 portal went live on June 2021. So this integrated e-filing and CPC 2.0 portal, we envisage to redefine the income tax filing and processing in India to provide a best-in-class experience to all our taxpayers. So the department does not view this e-filing 2.0 portal as a mere technology-centric approach. So what we have envisaged, it was a completely technology process innovation enablement to have an high operating efficiency and transforming this tax filing processing in India to provide best-in-class experience to our taxpayers. So the 4 components would be for this integrated e-filing and CPC 2.0 will be speed, usability, convenience, and accuracy. So these were our main pillars by which the entire CPC and e-filing portal was developed. So this speed, usability, convenience, and accuracy, we tried achieving using various functionalities, like to example, like validations, which will be done before the filing of return, which will enable us in the speedy processing of returns, and a revamped web portal, an efficient record management system at our backend to handle all the records, and the introduction of automations to completely avoid all the manual intervention process. So through this, we have included all the other functionalities also, like a revamped payment system for our taxpayers, which will be eventually introduced in the future, and we have introduced chatbot, mobile apps, and the new offline utilities for filing of taxpayers. We have introduced the wizard-based return, and also we have introduced integrated communication management and a guidance assistance for taxpayers to help them in resolving all the grievances which has been raised. So next, we will see the overall journey of taxpayers through our portal, where we have raised a major and minor improvements in the various services provided in the e-filing portal. As you can see, we have done a significant improvement in the e-filing 2.0 portal, basically in our filing of returns and statutory forms, both online and offline, and the payment through our portal, which will be introduced in the subsequent months. And also we have introduced the assisted e-filing system, where there is a completely new approach in our e-return intermediaries, where we have segregated the e-return intermediary as service 1, 2, and 3, and we are validating before they are providing the services. And all those services which are provided by the e-return intermediaries are controlled by our taxpayers through their logins. So this is a basic snippet of the e-filing 2.0 portal. So these are the major new age functionalities for enhancing taxpayer experiences which has been provided in the 2.0 portal. So I'll just get through one by one. So first was the secured login. In the earlier e-filing 1.0, it was just a static thing. We need to enter just the user ID and password and a CAPTCHA verification, and the user will be able to log in. However, in e-filing 2.0 portal, we have a more robust and secure login purposes, where in addition to the net banking, we have bank account and demat account verification, digital signature certificate verification, and other OTP generation. So further in future, we have decided that we will be including the static password login and mobile app based, which will be based through a QR system or time based or push notification thing, which will be helping in logging into our e-filing system. So all this login into our e-filing system is authenticated by a two-factor thing. It will be used by a secure access message, then only it can be logged into our portal. So this is just like a various documents which are required for registering and logging into our portal. So this is just like a snippet of a e-filing dashboard, which is visible to the taxpayer. I hope most of the professionals and taxpayers are already aware of it. Yeah. So next one, it is completely new in the e-filing new point of portal, is the wizard-based return filing and pre-filled forms and the offline utility for filing statutory ITR and statutory forms. So this wizard-based return selection was planned carefully and has been deployed in the e-filing 2.0 portal. So it is basically, it can be availed by any taxpayers who are not like having idea which income tax return to be filed by them. So they just need to download the wizard. They just need to answer a set of questions, and then the applicable ITR and the applicable schedules will be automatically thrown to them, and they can just fill it up and verify, and they can submit the return. Also, we have given the pre-filled ITR forms and other utilities also. So earlier in our 1.0 portal, the offline utilities, there were 7 different offline utilities for each ITR. Example, for ITR 1 to 7 has nearly 7 utilities, and all these utilities was based upon XML format. So this XML format, what we observed was it required constant updating whenever there is a change in the Income Tax Act, and also it takes more time to file and processing of ITR at the back end. So we have come up with a new offline ITR, which is based on a JSON platform. It is a new platform. So basically, we have consolidated all the offline utilities into 3 basic utilities. One is for ITR 1 to 4. The next one is for ITR 5 to 7. And the third one will be for income tax statutory form. So once you download the utility, you just need to install the utility in your system. And you need to download the pre-fill data or import the pre-fill data or import the draft ITR file in online mode. And just you need to go through the verification and submit it for completing the filing process. So this is just how the systems will appear. So this is just a screenshot of filing it in online. As I said, you just need to answer some basic questions and automatically it will fill up the schedules and ITRs corresponding to you. In the offline mode, you just need to download the latest utility available, and then you can just upload the JSON format and then you can verify it. These were the 3 options which I have told earlier also. So next one is E-Proceedings. So unlike in e-filing 1.0, which was limited to only this ITBA initiated proceedings and Prima Facie adjustment notices, we have expanded the services of e-proceedings majorly into 6 different categories in the new e-filing 2.0 portal. So majorly the e-filing 2.0 portal will categorically serve for the notices issued by the ITBA, like for the assessing officers, and notices issued by our CPC, basically for Prima Facie adjustments, and 154 notice issued by them, and also 245 notices issued by the CPC team. Also, you can respond to the defective notices, which is 139.9 notice, and also you can respond to the clarification notice sent by the assessing officers. Apart from response to these notices, you can also seek for adjournment for the submission of refunds and also for the setting up a video conferencing thing. So this is how the e-proceedings link will be appearing in the 2.0 portal. A detailed explanation of the same will be provided by a subsequent speaker. So the next three major categories which has been introduced in the 2.0 portal is integrated communication management, which is used for resolving the taxpayer grievances. Next one is tax payment through our e-filing portal, and then is a mobile app for on-the-go access. So this is the integrated communication management, which we have set up at the back end of our CPC to handle all the grievances which we have raised. So basically our CPC and e-filing, we receive grievances through the major categories which has been listed above. One is through our web portal, that is our e-Nivaran. Next is through external portal like PMO office like CPGrams. Another is through email. Next is through call center, social media, postal services, Aikar Seva Kendra, and also through chatbots. I like to assure that whatever grievances you have raised in all these platforms is duly recorded by our call agents working at the back center. So they majorly use three software applications, which is Altitude, Yellow Messenger, and IBM ticketing tool. Through all these applications, we are categorically raising tickets for all of the grievances which has been raised by you. And each grievances is being individually gone through and vetted by our business analyst, which is chartered accountant provided by our service provider. And each individual is being passed on to development team to resolve the grievances of the same. So you can be rest assured that whatever grievances you have been raised, it is being meticulously followed upon at each and every stage by our call center and help desk agents. So these are things which has been newly introduced to our 2.0 portal. So one is the Tax Genie, which is the chatbot, which you can see it in the homepage, which we have the pre-filled answers and can answer all the questions which has been raised. Next is the real-time crow-browsing support. This we are going to introduce in the near future. So this majorly categorized for taxpayers who are not able to understand the functionalities of the portal. So if they are not able to file the return or they are not able to understand the functionalities, our call center agent, they can just join with the taxpayers on a real-time basis. They can take the control for the browsers and they can help them in assisting the filing of return for them. So next is the live agent, e-Nivaran, and enhanced communication templates. These are all we have integrated in our 2.0 portal. So these are the various functionalities which has been introduced in our 2.0 portal. One is chatbot, which you can see in the homepage. Next is e-capsule, which the small information which has been displayed in our homepage of the portal, and M-nuggets, like where a small videos which has been presented in our portal for taxpayer convenience, and also very detailed user manuals and frequently asked questions posted in our website. So these are some of the screenshots of how it's appearing in our portal. So these are the toll-free numbers and toll numbers where you can raise the grievances wherever you feel it needs to be resolved. So once it is being raised, as I told earlier, a ticket will be raised for each and everything, and then it will be tracked upon individually, and the same will be resolved in a time-bound manner. And the primary email IDs which is being used for receiving the grievances are e-filing help desk and e-filing web manager. So of late, based upon Gujarat High Court judgment, we have created two new mail IDs specifically for tax audit report and ITR filing. One is tar.helpdesk@income-tax, and then ITR.helpdesk@income-tax. So these two mail IDs categorically serve only for tax audit reports and ITR filing. So we have received many grievances pertaining to processing, refund related also through these mail IDs. Though we are communicating, so we urge taxpayers to particularly raise the queries regarding only tax audit report and ITR filing through these mail IDs. So it will further help us to resolve the queries in a very time-bound manner and also to track it. So once, like when taxpayers or professionals, they are sending the grievances to us to any of the mail IDs, the complete information is not being received from them. So I like to share like a standard format which can be used. So it will be helpful for our help desk people also and for us also to track the grievances and to understand the grievances, and we can solve it in a time-bound manner. So basically, we need the details in a basket of two questions. One is the detail of persons facing the problem, like the PAN number, name of the persons, and contact number to contact them, and also the details of problem faced. So like which form they are facing the problem, and what is the actual problem, and screenshot of the problem. If at all, if these details are present, it will be helpful for us to resolve the grievances in a time-bound manner. And the next is new tax payment system. So it's still not enabled in the E-Filing 2.0 portal. So we are going to enable it in the couple of months ahead. So earlier in 1.0 portal, the payment was majorly done through our NSDL, that is Volta's website, and only 3 modes of payments was available. One was debit card, net banking, and pay over the counter. So what we want to introduce was like we want to completely take over the payment and introduce only in the E-Filing 2.0 portal. So going forward, how it will be like you can create the challan for your income tax return, and then you can correct the challan, and you can make the payment in the E-Filing 2.0 portal itself. So the various modes of payment, like any other financial website we are trying to give is like UPI gateway, credit card, net banking. So all the modes of payments will be available for the taxpayers to pay it in our portal. So this is the upcoming functionality in our E-Filing 2.0 portal. So next one is mobile app on the go. So right now only limited functions are available regarding E-Filing 2.0 in the mobile app. So once the portal gets stabilized and people are able to understand each and every functionality of the portal, so we like to introduce both ITR 1 and 4 filing and various functionalities like link Aadhaar, view 26As, and e-pay tax, everything in the mobile app itself. So we are basically envisaging to include 46 kind of taxpayer services in the mobile app itself for the need of our new generation taxpayers. And also compared to 1.0 portal, in 2.0 portal, we have introduced a new framework for our e-return intermediaries. So we have basically classified the e-return intermediary as type 1, type 2, and type 3 based upon the type of filing. And we have a rigorous testing and certification of ERI process for the enabling of taxpayer services. So basically, we have been registering and onboarding the ERIs at e-filing portal itself rather than at NSDL, like the past practices. So this is one of the new functionalities which has been enabled in the 2.0 portal. So this is just the basic statistics of E-Filing 2.0 portal as on 1st of March. As you can see, there are 6.37 crore return has been filed successfully in 2.0 portal, and 27 lakhs Form 3CA, 3CB has been filed in our portal. Also, you can see around some 63 lakhs statutory forms have been filed successfully. So though we agree there are many hiccups and many technical difficulties in filing of the forms and returns, we are proactively engaging with the taxpayers and resolving the grievances on individual basis for every taxpayers. So next, one of the important functionality which which were not there in the earlier e-filing functionality itself was the processing of Form 10A. So this is one of the form where e-filing unit is processing the form and issuing the Form 10AC. So as you can know, whenever you are filing statutory forms or any income tax returns, everything goes back to CPC and they are processing and they are issuing everything. So only this Form 10A is completely under the purview of e-filing, and then the certificate is being generated over here. So this Finance Act 2020 mandated to replace the certain forms like Form 10A, 10G, and 56, 3CF 1, 2, and 3 into a single consolidated Form 10A for provisions under Section 12A, 1023C, and 80G, and Section 35 also. So once you basically file Form 10A, we will be issuing Form 10AC, that is the order of provisional registration or registration, or provisional approval or approval within a time of 7 days once you complete the submission of the form. So these are the various section codes where you can file the Form 10A, and the Form 10AC will get issued to them. So basically, this slide is included to clarify the doubts for taxpayers where they have filed for registration under Section 35(1) of the Act. As you can see, Form 10AC in a PDF, which is signed by our DIT CPC, will get generated from Section Code 1 to 12. That is for Section 12A, 1023C, and 80G of the Act. However, for Section 35(1) of the Act, there will be no Form 10ACs which will be generated. So we'll be communicating only the unique registration number to the taxpayer whenever he files the Form 10A and it gets processed at e-filing. So whenever you are not receiving Form 10AC for Section 35(1) of the Act, you just don't, it is no need for raise any grievances. It is the actual standard practice over here where no Form 10AC is being issued to the taxpayer. So this is just for the clarity to the taxpayers. So for Form 10A, we have provided various other functionalities also. So like you can, once you submit the Form 10A, you can withdraw the Form 10A within 7 days. If you find any error, if you have found that any section code has been selected wrongly or any details has been filled up wrongly, you can withdraw the form within 7 days before the 10AC gets generated. So after 7 days, once you submit the Form 10A, automatically the Form 10AC will be issued by the e-filing 2.0 systems to your registered mail ID. So even after issuing a Form 10AC if you found, okay, we have done a mistake in selecting the section code, since it is very complicated in nature, and we have missed some various major important details in the submitting of the form. So then also you can surrender your Form 10AC, and then you can again submit a new Form 10A with the correct details. So this will be rolled out in upcoming like 2 weeks in nature. So next one is like rectify Form 10AC, future is also coming. So we have received many grievances where taxpayer has said that like the name of the entity or the address of the entity gets changed after issuing a Form 10AC. Like they would have moved to a new state or they would have changed the name, but the PAN would have been remained same. So in that cases, when you want the new 10AC to be issued, you can just simply press a button called as rectification. So the Form 10AC will get generated in your new name and address, and it will be issued to your registered mail ID within 7 days. So these last two functionalities, surrender Form 10AC and rectify Form 10AC, is in the development stage, and it will be rolled out in a couple of weeks. So that will enhance the taxpayer experience further. So with this, I like to conclude the major functionalities in the E-Filing 2.0 portal. And I would like my subsequent speaker, Sujata Verma, to explain briefly about E-Proceedings. Thank you.
Sujata ji, may we request you to please start your presentation. We have many questions for you, Adhavan ji. In fact, it was a very absorbing PPT, and I'm sure we will be putting up these PPTs for the larger benefit of viewership on our Taxmann portals. It will be also part of the YouTube and other proceedings, and I'm sure people will take advantage of that. Sir, we'll have questions for you and Madam Sujata at the end of her presentation. Madam Sujata, E-Proceedings, please.
Thank you, Adhavan. Thank you, Mukesh. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected DIT CPC, Shri Mukesh Patel ji, Taxmann representatives, fellow panelists, and attendees. The objective of this presentation is to create taxpayer awareness and also awareness among tax professionals in some moderate detail about capabilities of E-Proceedings functionality under the new E-Filing portal. E-Proceedings is an electronic platform for conducting proceedings under the direct tax laws in an end-to-end manner. All the notices, intimation, letter from the department are made available under E-Proceedings, where assessee is able to view and submit responses together with attachment by uploading the same on the E-Filing portal. This not only reduces compliance burden on assessee substantially, but also enables for safekeeping and tracking of various online submissions made by the assessees and makes the entire process paperless. The assessees themselves or the authorized representatives can access communications issued by income tax authorities under E-Proceedings. Thus, naturally, in order to be able to make use of E-Proceedings functionality, the assessees have to be registered on E-Filing portal using their PAN. Assessees should log in to E-Filing portal using their registered PAN and password. Thus, unlike certain services in E-Filing, like e-verification of returns, processing status, etc., which are available without login, the E-Proceedings functionality is available only after the assessee is logged into the account on the E-Filing portal. Also, it is a prerequisite that there should be E-Proceedings pending or completed, and this feed is available in respect of such assessees. The feeds which are received from field authorities, they are directed from Income Tax Business Application ITBA, which is used by the field authorities, or these feeds for this proceedings are received from CPC. For enabling access to authorized representative, the assessees must add the concerned authorized representative from inside E-Proceeding functionality. Separate authorization must be executed by the assessee for each proceedings to enable an authorized representative to make submissions on their behalf. In the old E-Filing portal, E-Filing 1.0, proceedings was limited to viewing and responding to Prima Facie notices under section 143(1)A issued by CPC, and also notices or letters or orders which are issued by field officers through the ITBA. My earlier speaker, Shri Adhavan, has also given us an overview of the kind of communications which are available to view and respond on E-Proceedings. With E-Filing 2.0, in order to significantly improve over the existing services, the E-Proceedings functionality, which is part of the new E-Filing portal, also enables assessees and their authorized representatives to view and respond to notices under Section 139(9), which are issued by CPC for defective return communication and other communications that may be issued by CPC. In addition, the assessees are also able to respond to notices issued by concerned income tax authorities under the various faceless schemes, namely the National Faceless Assessment Scheme, the National Faceless Penalty Scheme, and the National Faceless Appeal Scheme. The notices and other correspondence which is issued by other field authorities like international taxation or central assessment charges are also available for viewing and responding under the E-Proceedings functionality. As there may be multiple proceedings available for an assessee, E-Proceedings under the new portal provides features to ease and improve assessee experience. This includes search and filter feature, using which an assessee may custom search required proceedings or filter the proceedings based on open, closed status, assessment year, and on whether the proceedings are newly created or they're existing. While responding to notices issued by assessing officer, the assessee or their authorized representative may upload multiple attachments in support of the submissions before the income tax authorities. Assessees or their ARs may also request for setting up of hearing through video conferencing in respect of certain notices under assessment, penalty, and appeal proceedings. Assessee can also seek adjournment of compliance date through the proceedings through this e-proceedings functionality itself. Details of suo motu adjournment of compliance date by the assessing officer or CIT appeal will also be available under e-proceedings as part of the proceedings for which the adjournment is granted. This communication of adjournment is also separately communicated to the assessees and their ARs through direct email from the ITBA. The various compliances and activities undertaken as part of any proceedings is stored under e-proceedings for retrospective viewing by the assessees. Submissions and compliances made through e-proceedings do not require separate authentication for documents submitted. This relaxation was provided based on various taxpayers' grievances which were received during the conclusion of the last assessment cycle. This is applicable to all such compliances which are not in the nature of filing of returns. Returns filed in response to proceeding notices such as those under Section 148, 153A or 153C will need to be authenticated through verification by EVC, DSC or ITRV mode as applicable, but no such authentication is required for other compliances through e-proceedings. Navigation flow to access and respond to e-proceedings, e-proceeding notices and other communications assessee friendly and intuitive. The assessee or the AR needs to start by logging into their account on e-filing dashboard. The assessee or AR must first click onto Pending Action tab to reveal a drop-down menu and then click on e-proceedings item. Under the e-proceedings functionality, the proceedings appear as tiles which are grouped in 3 broad categories. The self-category contains proceedings which are in respect of the assessee themselves, such as assessment, penalty proceedings, appeal proceedings, prima facie adjustment, defective notice communication, and the like. The notices which are grouped under of other PAN or TAN are notices of proceedings which call for information about another person. This include notices such as notices issued under Section 133(6) of the Act. Proceedings in the case of person for whom the login assessee is acting as authorized representative is grouped under the third tab, which is the authorized representative tag. I will, after I finish this navigation flows, I will also take you through the screenshots to show you what the physical appearance of such a screen looks like. After the proceedings and the notice of interest is identified by clicking on the View Notice button, the assessee or AR may proceed to make necessary compliance or seek adjournment of compliance date. For seeking adjournment, the assessee or AR may click on the Seek Adjournment and enter necessary details such as adjournment date, reasons for seeking adjournment, and attach any relevant documents and click Submit. For responding to notice, the assessee may click on Submit Response button. There is option to submit partial or full response. After providing appropriate submission through the text input in text box and uploading of attachments, the assessee is required to click Submit Response button. Next, the assessee or the AR is required to accept the declaration which follows, and then a success message is displayed after successful submission, followed by communication regarding successful submission of the response. There is no need for separate e-verification for making such submissions unless Such submission involves filing of return of income for the purposes of sections 148, 153A, 153C, and 142(1). Similar flow is also available for viewing of submissions made. The assessee may click on the available view response button to view submissions already made in response to any notice. The assessee may authorize another person to make compliance on his behalf after the proceedings have been initiated. Such authorizations can be done for each proceeding separately. There are currently 8 categories of authorized representatives which have been identified. This includes a chartered accountant, a legal practitioner, a family or a friend, amongst others. A button is provided on proceeding style for adding viewing authorized representative. By clicking this button, an AR can be added for this proceeding if not already done. A validation through OTP on registered mobile number of the assessee is done for adding authorized representative. After this procedure is completed successfully, the AR will be able to view and respond to notices issued to the assessee through the AR's e-filing login credentials. Again, for requesting of video conferencing or seeking adjournment of video conferencing appointment, a button to this effect is made available with relevant notices. Show cause notices in assessment and penalty proceedings will contain this button, while all notices issued in appeal proceedings will have this button enabled. The number of video conferencing appointments that can be sought is regulated by the corresponding schemes which have been notified in respect of faceless schemes. Thus, the E-Proceedings functionalities allow for responding to various notices, of which the following are already operational. This includes responding to notices issued under sections 148, 153A, 153C, and 142(1), which require filing of return of income. Then there are response to other assessment and penalty notices, which provide assessee the opportunity of being heard by making through making written submissions and submitting documents and attachments in submission of the claims. There are responses to notices issued under section 133(6), which call for information in respect of a third party. Response to notices issued under section 250 as part of appeal proceedings can also be made through e-proceedings. Response to defective return notice issued under section 139(9) of the income tax by CPC can also be made through the e-proceeding functionality. Finally, presently, response to Prima Facie adjustment communication under section 143(1)A of the Act is also available. Suo motu rectification under section 154 initiated by CPC will be deployed shortly. So as also the seek clarification functionality. After this, I will briskly take us through some screenshots to experience the navigation flow and see the user interface of e-proceedings. This is a screenshot of e-filing dashboard after login with e-proceedings item visible in the pending actions tab. On clicking e-proceedings, we come to the screen. Here we can see the assessment proceeding tile. This is an assessment proceeding which is initiated under section 147 of the Act. And on clicking view notice, the assessee is directed to screen where he or she can submit a response. On the screen, a submit response button, clicking the submit response button will direct the taxpayer to the screen where he can e-file the return. Here there is a pop-up instruction which says that you will be redirected to income tax to e-filing income tax return functionality. When the taxpayer clicks on proceed, he is redirected to the service where he can file the return of income. Here, the assessee can select the type of ITR that he is required to file, and then click on submit, and he'll continue to the next screen where he can upload the already prepared JSON on Excel to complete his submission. Since this compliance involves filing of return of income, it is required to be e-verified. After uploading the XML file and undertaking the necessary e-verification under the prescribed mode as per law, confirmation and success message screen will be displayed. Next, this following screenshots will show the screens for responding to penalty and assessment notices. The assessee can respond to other notices during the course of assessment and penalty proceedings. There are convenient guidelines provided for informing the assessee regarding the best practices which are to be followed. These include guidelines on the expected properties of attachment documents such as file type, file size, and the like. After typing the partial or full response, as the case may be, and uploading of supporting attachment, the assessee can submit the response under this declaration. The success screen appears, which also displays buttons so that the assessee can immediately view the response that was just submitted. Similarly, response to defective return communication can also be submitted through the Submit Response button on relevant e-proceeding tile. At the time of responding to such communication, assessee may agree or disagree with defect and proceed with providing relevant details, such as the corrected return of income, which can be submitted either online or offline. If the assessee is in agreement with the defect communicated by CPC. Alternately, if assessee disagrees with the defect communicated by CPC, then the reason for the same needs to be selected from the drop-down and the response submitted. Again, a successful screen comes, which informs the assessee about successful submission of the response, and a confirmation message is also sent to the registered email address and the SMS of the assessee. This is the final flow that I will be taking us through today. For responding to prima facie adjustments proposed by the CPC through issue of notice under section 143(1)(a) of the Act, the assessee must navigate to appropriate proceeding tile, which we can see here is the 143(1)(a) notice case. On clicking of submit response, the assessee navigates to a screen which displays separately every adjustment which is identified by CPC. The assessee is required to respond to every adjustment separately. The assessee then navigates to adjustment specific screen, selects the appropriate response from the available drop-down menu, and then navigates back to the main screen after saving the response. This step is repeated for every adjustment which is proposed by the CPC under this notice. Once the response for every adjustment is saved, the assessee can continue to submit the responses saved under declaration. A final success screen which displays subsequently informs the assessee of successful submission of the response, and this confirmation message is also sent over email and SMS to the assessee. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you. Over to you, Mukesh.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, both Shri Adhavan ji and Sujata ji. I think the facilities and the functionalities of e-filing and e-proceedings, particularly under CPC2, were very lucidly explained. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm sure taxpayers will get to know a lot more through these PPT presentations. Actually, we have received a host of issues for you, and maybe start right away with some of them. The first one relates to a request for a suitable window on the CPC portal to claim TDS deducted at higher rate. And sir, this is one issue where I may even request Dr. Sibichen and Mathew to chip in a little later. Sir, this is a very typical issue, as you are aware. Section 206 AA where there is no PAN, or where, you know, the deductor has put in a wrong PAN or missed quoting a PAN, which is given by the taxpayer. So TDS is deducted at 20%. And it is something anonymous because there is no PAN on record, therefore what is deducted is 20%. So the question is, what happens to this kind of money? You know, how does a taxpayer, you know, there could be two kinds of cases. One is, sir, where PAN was given but not quoted, or it was given and wrongly quoted. The deductee wants to go to the deductor and says that you please revise. Now, the deductor is shy to do so because, you know, there are other issues. How do we resolve this, sir? Can we do something? Because otherwise, it might amount to unjust enrichment for the revenue. Sir.
See, regarding this, we will definitely take up this matter with the CPC TDS also. There's a joint collaboration and analysis required for this. At the same time, let me reiterate one aspect before Rajashekar will come to line. He will explain this in detail. See, regarding many times we get this grievance that TDS deductor has not done his job properly. He has not filed his TDS statement properly. So this is correct. Many times deductee is put into trouble because of that. At the same time, of course, we can have further resolution. We can try how to save deductee from this because of the default of deductor. But please understand one thing. I am also taxpayer. You're also taxpayer. All of us should take care that any payment deducted by the deductor, it is, see, we need to ensure that it is reflected in the TDS statement. It is filed properly. It is all the quarterly statement is tallying wherever payments are made. This has to be there, because that responsibility, I think, as taxpayer, we need to really inform the director that it has to be done. So this is the primary responsibility. That doesn't mean that we cannot come at the rescue of the deductee, because the deductor has done something wrong and he left. He has committed a mistake. But then primary responsibility is of the taxpayer. I think we should be very, very careful, extremely careful, that my hard-earned money, which is cut by the tax deductor, should be remitted to government account and paid the tax statements, TDS statements properly. And I request Rajashekar, he has worked on this question and he has a suggestion.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mukesh. So regarding CPC giving credit for the TDS, we give credit as long as the receipts are offered in the return, irrespective of whether it is deducted at a higher rate or not. So that is not an issue at all for getting credit for the TDS. That is given by CPC.
Sir,
so that should answer your question.
The issue is, kindly appreciate, sir. Dr. Sibichen and Rajashekar ji, the point of view is this, and I think there is a lot of justification on this aspect. Sir, take a situation, the deductor, deducts tax, though the deductee has given the PAN. It is no fault of the deductee. Sir, a supplementary question that arises here is, when the deductee sees that something is not appearing on his AIS, though it is actually deducted, sir, can we not have, sir, how do you handle these kind of anonymous payments? Sir, if some kind of tag is identified or given, I do agree, sir, you will give only what is there in 26 AS. But the point is, sir, everywhere there is some arrangement for lost and found. So, sir, if something is lost and found, sir, I think, don't you feel we need to do some out-of-the-box thinking on this aspect, and probably in the larger interest of the taxpayer and equity, sir, we can find a solution to this? May we request you to kindly engage yourself on this aspect, sir?
Definitely. Yeah, TDS CPC, we will flag it, but then it is they who have to do it. It is there in their suspense account. It has to be allocated to some PANs. So they require some evidence for allocating it to the PAN. So let us work towards that.
Sir,
Let's see how
we will say that this will be a point work in progress.
Yes.
And we will carry it forward. Sir, as you said, today it may be a thorn, tomorrow we may convert it into a rose with some joint effort. So let us try to do that, sir. Sir, the second important aspect is, I think this is very much within the domain of CPC, and whoever would like to respond on this. You see, our request is, please allow us the kind of viewing and downloading facility. Sir, in 26 AS, you see today what happens, we do not even get, say, there's multiple entries. There is no single amount of total also. It's only in a PDF format. You do not get a facility of downloading it in Excel. Sir, if this kind of a facility where I have a viewing facility, sir, where I have a downloading facility, it will be of great use. Would like to seek your comments on this, sir.
Yeah, Mukesh, you're talking about downloading of 26 AS or view of 26 AS statement, isn't it?
Sir, there are two dimensions, sir. We have raised this question on the basis of the feedback that we have got. That, sir, currently the 26 AS does not contain the amount of TDS, and therefore we need some kind of a modification which will ease the viewing facility with reference to the refund details and reflect the total TDS. And then, sir, we can download. So one aspect is viewing, other is downloading. So this, we believe, is entirely within the domain of CPC. That can be done.
No. Again, Mukesh, this is again, we give an access from traces, that is TDS CPC. Okay. So whatever TDS CPC is allowing a view, that is what is shown by E-Filing. Adhavan can confirm that. Correct, Adhavan?
Yes, sir. We are just allowing the login to traces from our E-Filing portal. Rather than how 26 AS is visible and how it is get downloaded, the call needs to be taken by TDS CPC. But the suggestion given by Mukesh is acceptable, because as of now, 26 AS is downloadable either in PDF format or HTML format. Once it is being downloaded, maybe either in Excel format, and they can compile all those party-wise TDS into a single entry such that how much total TDS is available or not, that they can easily get it for their accounting purpose. So that is a valid suggestion. We can pass on to the department. That will be a valid suggestion.
Sir, I would say, this will merit consideration on the ground of ease of business. Dr. Mathew, you will recall that the finance minister this time in her budget speech talked about and emphasized on ease of business. Sir, this will be something which will go a long way. And I'm sure the CPC can take one more feather in its cap, by these kind of pragmatic measures. Sir, the next issue is, I think, again, within your domain, Adhavanji, is the need to increase validity period of OTP for filing of IT return. Because what happens, sir, when we have to do the e-verification, obviously it is linked with the OTP. Now the OTP comes, and by the time sometimes the person who is having access to the OTP and somebody who is on the system for e-verification, for coordination, they may take a little time. Now, can we not increase this period of OTP to a longer time, which is just a few minutes now, to maybe a couple of hours, which will facilitate, this e-verification process? Adhavanji.
That can be done. There will not be any issues. As of now, that validity of one-time password is either being given 2, 10, 15 or 20 minutes. It is a global standard practice actually. These are the set of timelines which is being used by every other industries also for one-time password. But it is in our domain. We can extend it. Like last time also during peak filing period, we have extended the OTP validity. So we have done it actually. So whenever the peak filing period is happening or whenever taxpayer grievances is being placed upon, we are increasing the OTP validity. So that suggestion is acceptable and we are doing it. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, we have started, Dr. Mathew, on a very positive note, and I'm glad that the taxpayers have put across the right kind of suggestions, which are meeting your approval also. So thank you very much for that. And sir, the next question which we have brought to your kind notice is that there is, now in the e-filing portal, you mentioned about in your presentation that most of the forms, are there, and we have to use the forms uploaded via that. So there is this form 68, which is required to be uploaded on the e-filing portal. This is in connection with the new provisions of section 270AA, which came in just about 2 years ago, where, a taxpayer says he wants to, buy piece and does not want to go in appeal. Sir, in that case, there will be, the AO will be empowered to drop the penalty, but for which, he has to give an undertaking and he has to pay the tax and interest. Now, this can be done only by Form 68. Sir, as on date, Form 68 is not there on the portal. Sir, we'll have faceless assessments being made very soon. In fact, they have already started. I think it is right time that Form 68 is taken up. Adhavan ji.
No, once we started this e-filing 2.0 portal, like our major aim was to digitize all the statutory forms which is available. So as you can see in e-filing 1.0 portal, only the ITRs 1 to 7 and major statutory forms like Form 3CA, 3CB, and CED was available. But in 2.0 portal, we are striving to digitize all the statutory forms, and we have given priority for each forms, and then we are doing it. So as of now, Form 68 is currently under development. We have taken it for quicker implementation. So till it is implemented, all those taxpayers can submit it manually to the JAOs. But I can assure you that it will be rolled out in a couple of months. Form 68 will be rolled out in a couple of months.
Right, sir. Sir, there is also a small suggestion that the submission of response in just 500 characters in the box which comes accompanying the e-proceedings portal is insufficient, and a window should be provided to upload the file for submitting the response. So if this kind of a facility is possible.
Okay, no, that is possible. That is possible. Like earlier, during for Prima Facie adjustments, there was a character limit of around some 200 or 300.
Adhavan,
Yes,
I'll take this question.
Yes,
Yeah, Mukesh, actually, I think all of you will understand the numbers that we are working on. We are receiving almost 6.5, 7 crore returns, and the forms of, the responses are for some few lakhs. These are, I think you're talking about the 143(1) adjustment cases, PFA adjustment, and the rectification cases or defective return. So these run into close to 1.5 million cases. So 10-15 lakh cases. And then CPC works on an automated manner. So if we start providing responses, see, once response is given, they have to be gone through manually. Each one has to be read by someone. So once it becomes a manual affair, the automation goes out of the window. So we are trying to strike a balance between automation and giving a judicious this thing. So beyond 500, I think is, it makes it difficult for us to read and then comprehend and decipher what is the. So that is the reason why 500 words has been.
Yeah.
And I'll just add to whatever my CDS are told. I'll just add to what sir said. It doesn't mean that we are not going through it. See, we are looking at the things from a very prima facie perspective. When 500 characters are given, what we do is we go through the things from from the perspective of improving the system. If there is anything that can be improved upon to automate, that we make use of the 500 characters and improve upon the system. We are not required to write, go through everything and then decide upon on a case-to-case basis at our level. If a doubt is created that this cannot be a prima facie adjustment, straight away based on those things, we will improve upon the business rule and improve the system. So actually, from that perspective, 500 is sufficient, is our feeling. We will see that.
Sir,
No,
we have questions on. Yes, sir. Please.
I just clarify that.
Yes, Dr. Mathew.
If the question is related to e-proceedings as far as assessment is concerned,
Yes,
there
sir.
is no bar. You can upload as many documents.
Yes,
If it is related to CPC processing as such, it is based on a, entire CPC processing is in an automated manner, system-driven environment, no human intervention. So what we do here, we do as many drop-down menus as possible, considering the previous year's explanations given by taxpayer. So we always keep changing the drop-down menu. So last year, we had this PFA, prima facie adjustment communication going to taxpayer or defective communication going to taxpayer. We sought some explanation, and there we are given some drop-down menu for which they responded. And apart from that, they are given a 500 character answer also. The 500 character answer explanation given is utilized for improving the drop-down menu for next year. Because what happened, we cannot, in a system, cannot read subjective explanations given by the taxpayer. We have to necessarily go by objective answers. Objective answers are provided through a drop-down menu. So what Somasekhar and Rajashekar mentioned here is that, yes, we will improve the system based on the text you are given. We will have more drop-down menu next year, so that as taxpayer will be able to respond if he has the intention to give this explanation. That also will be captured by system. So this is what we are aiming at. Definitely, I'm sure we will improve the system. We will take this valuable point from you, Mukesh. And
Thank you, sir. Actually, there are several interesting aspects, but I'm not raising them now because they are within the scope of prima facie adjustment and rectification, which are going to follow in the session of both Mr. Rajashekar and Mr. Somasekhar. But sir, before we move to the next session, I would like to seek, your views, because Madam Sujata rightly that in the e-proceedings portal, sir, it is only under CPC 2 that all these features have come, because we now have faceless assessment. And sir, there are the provisions for seeking adjournment. There is a provision for seeking the video conferencing, seeking adjournment there. And sir, we also understand that, when we seek video conferencing, in fact, earlier, as your good self is aware, this was a matter of controversy. In fact, the matter even reached to the apex court, where finally the government said that, we are rethinking on this aspect. And sir, as you are aware, the finance bill, in fact, brought in the new provisions of 144B, which has now taken care of and accepted that video conferencing is a vested right of the taxpayer. Now, in this context also, sir, when we received the notice, we are told that the VC link will be made available to us within the next few days, within a reasonable time. Sir, the response and the feedback that we have got is that there are some, heartburns on this issue. That, sir, and particularly I am raising this issue as I was mentioning to you with all humility earlier, that there are just about 3 weeks now before the time barring of assessment. Sir, we are very much aware of the fact that CPC has nothing to do with conducting the faceless assessments per se. But sir, CPC 2 is definitely, part of managing the system for the NAFAC. That's the National Faceless Assessment. Now, sir, you see, there are instances where, on a Friday evening or Saturday, you get a show cause notice with a draft assessment order. And sir, within 2 days, which includes a Sunday or a holiday in between, you are asked for a reply. Many a times, the taxpayer is not able to even get the mail in time, because there may be a live notice on the portal. Of course, I must compliment you that you have started sending messages now that please start looking up for, your messages in case your case is under the faceless scrutiny. So taxpayers are aware now. But sir, there are still these hiccups. Sir, what happens? I'll tell you practical cases where VC notice has been sent. the taxpayer, gets linked on the VC with the link. Sir, for whatever reason, we don't say that it cannot happen, but the AO who is there at the faceless NAFAC, sir, is not able to join on that day. Now, sir, there is no system whereby, the SSC will get a communication that VC is not possible today. Sir, there must be some arrangement that if VC is deferred, or say, for example, sir, there are instances where adjournment was sought, it is appearing on the portal, sir, that is not taken cognizance of, and the assessment is done. Sir, here CPC can play the role of a facilitator for the cause of taxpayers to ensure that more equitous assessments are done, with a more robust and healthier procedure. Sir, maybe, and regarding particularly, if I want a link of my VC, sir, have you geared up for this arrangement, Dr. Mathew? Is a very important question we wanted to ask you, sir.
In fact, this is the first time we had this e-proceedings and the video conference facility through the portal. So first time when we had this, we needed to have a lot of coordination with the field, the faceless center, and there was a lot of gaps in between. So naturally, there were a lot of hiccups initially. Passwords not going, the login credentials were not going. This happened. I think, see, as far as this communication of these notices and VC facility are concerned, CPC's role is like a postman. So the decisions are taken by the assessing officer. So they will communicate to us. It goes through us, and the technical support only we give. So if the adjournment is not taken into consideration, or a notice has been given today to respond it on Monday, these are all not under our purview at all. But definitely, Mukesh ji, we will take it up. I also request you to have a separate meeting with the respective wing of the department, so that things will be smoother. But here, the e-proceeding, as far as e-proceedings are concerned, definitely we will try to monitor the functionality, the working of the functionalities, and there will not be any delay. This is what we are trying to get it done this time. So we'll be putting more people on the job and ensure that all the communications go on time, and also the VC facility, there will not be any problem. This is what we are aiming at, Mukesh ji. We know that the days are...
Sir, last half a minute on this. Two things. Sir, I believe facilitating the availability of the VC link, sir, will be entirely within your domain. So, sir, will you be able to ensure that, because, sir, many a times, when the assessments are probably made half-hearted and they become very contentious, I would not like to use the word, but sometimes it may happen that the assessment may become high-pitched. Now, at that time, if a VC has taken place and there has been a recording, sir, it would prove to be of great help, because the taxpayer would be able to say and point out that everything was submitted, but unfortunately it has not been taken care of. Sir, VC link, CPC will be providing, am I right in assuming so, sir? And how will it be available? That is question number one. And sir, the last point I'll make, I'll request you to react to both of them. The second is, sir, what happens as soon as the assessment is done, you close the window. So suppose a taxpayer has something to say. Say, for example, he had filed an adjournment, and sir, assessment is done ex parte without even entertaining or considering that. Now, apart from filing an appeal, if a taxpayer wants to give a response to the assessment which is completed, sir, can we not have a small window as a continuity to that proceeding, where the taxpayer can share the feedback post-assessment in regard to if he feels that something has not happened correctly? Suppose, sir, there is a patently erroneous tax calculation. Now, sir, what will happen? The demand is raised by the National Faceless Assessment Center. Sir, immediately in respect of an assessment, say, completed in the month of January or February, sir, because of the pressure of March, the O may say, okay, 30 days have passed, I'll ask for 20% of payment of the demand. Sir, you know, the SSE wants to say, because sir, there is no 154 with the faceless authority. But sir, if I want to put my feedback, because when I go to the jurisdictional AO, the jurisdictional AO says, I have not done the assessment. What will I rectify? The mistake is not committed by me. The mistake is committed by the National Faceless Assessment Center. So even if my income is correct, but determination of or computation of tax is erroneous, sir, where do I point this out? And how do I bring it on record that something wrong has happened to me? Sir, these are vexed questions which we are raising for your kind consideration.
Questions are very valuable, Mukesh, but unfortunately, we don't have any authority, or this is not our domain at all. This National Faceless Center Assessment Center domain only, but we will definitely alert them on this concern. And as far as technical aspect is concerned, definitely we will ensure that. And regarding the closing of window on a particular time, these are all not we are doing on our own. These are all based on the instructions given. No, this interface is there between ITBA and National Faceless Center, and where AO and JO work, and then us. So these calls are not to be taken by us, but definitely we'll escalate this particular suggestion given by you.
Please, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, we will move on. I'll ask Ridhima to please take over for the second session.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Shri Adhavan ji and Srimati Sujata ji. It was an insightful session. So we now move forward towards our second session of CPC Roundtable on the topic processing of ITRs, validations, prima facie adjustments, and rectification. To take this forward, we are delighted to welcome Shri Rajashekar ji and Shri Somasekhar ji. A very good afternoon, sir. Shri Rajasekar's journey in the income tax department started in the year 1989 in Bangalore. He's an engineer by qualification and taxman by a profession. He has been working in CPC-ITR Bangalore right from the first day of its inception, from the year 2009 until date, that is for the last 13 years. He started his journey in CPC-ITR as an income tax officer and has progressed from there as an assistant director, deputy director, and now as joint director of income tax. CPC to him is not a work assignment, but is his passion. Shri Somasekhar ji, ADIT, is a very tech-savvy officer in the department and belongs to the 2017 batch of IRS. With his experience in CPC from 2017 onwards, he has gained immense knowledge and is a go-to man for all his colleagues. He will share the stage for the session on processing along with Shri Rajashekar ji, JDIT, on this topic. Before commencing, it would be a matter of honor if Dr. Mathew would share his kind insights on the topic ahead. Sir, please.
Yes, dear friends, this is a very important session. I said in the beginning that 18% of taxpayers' returns are processed within a day. And average processing time is less than 1 month. Then the question which you will be asking is, what is happening to balance returns? Why they are not processed? So here the question of prima facie adjustment, here the question of why my return is defective, why my return considered to be not valid, why certain things are disallowed, why a communication is coming to me asking for a response. All these things are very important when we consider my return is not processed, my refund is delayed. This crucial aspect will be covered by Rajashekar and Somasekhar team, so that you will know that in fact only very small portion of returns are caught by prima facie adjustment and defective. How to avoid that also? They'll be telling you how we can prevent prima facie adjustment, how we can prevent invalidating a return. So over to the speakers.
Good evening to all our listeners. It's a pleasure to be sharing this platform in a August house that has been started by the initiative taken by Mr. Patel, Mukesh Patel, and thanks to Taxmann. Thanks to my DAT and my senior colleague, Mr. Rajashekar, and other speakers. DAT sir has already touched upon this point of how this CPC was started and what objectives. It's started in the year 2009 to reduce taxpayers' compliance burdens. As all of you know, we used to stand in the queue to file the returns of income and all these things. Now at the till maybe 2009 and all. Gradually, with the advent of e-filing and CPC in 2009, starting with the 250 lakh returns of income, now CPC has grown to receive about 6.5 to 7 crores of returns of income. And the objective of electronic filing, allowing the Assesse to file electronic filing of returns of incomes and forms sitting in the comforts of their houses for making electronic payments. And of course, from our side, we will try to offer personalized services to the taxpayers, like refill the returns of income and all these things, so that whatever help that can be extended to the taxpayers from our side, that can be extended. Then, of course, after these services are provided, then we will also be providing the services like status updates, viewing the tax payments, refunds, past history of filing, and all these things. All this, of course, to leverage the technology in an automated manner. And from the departmental perspective, we will have a centralized database about the taxpayers, their past records, their profile, etc., etc. So the centralized databases will offer better services to the taxpayers as well as for caters to the department in a better manner. So basically, income CPC is only on 143.1 from a very external appearance. From a very taxpayer services perspective, we are doing only 143.1, processing the returns filed under 113 under the provisions of 139. We process under section 143.1. While doing the 143.1, we will be doing so on the basis of the information in the returns of income. We compute the income, compute the taxes on that. In computing the income, we will be enhancing the income if it is so required within the scope of 143.1A, and we will be communicating those results to the taxpayers. And if there is a demand, we will be communicating the demand. If there is a refund, we will be issuing the refund. Now, I mean, before I go further, some of the slides you may feel that they have already been touched upon by our earlier speakers. E-filing, CPC, and the resultant things like refunds and all these things, all are interconnected. So, I mean, all are interdependent. So, some slides may be overlapping. If they are overlapping, kindly bear with us. Now, coming back to this 143.1. So, before doing the 143.1, we will also be required to see whether the return that is filed is compliant to the provisions of section 139.9. That is, whether all the information that is required to be filed, shown in the return of income is available or not. And that information is not necessarily only for the purpose of computing the income. It is also for the purpose of the information and all. If certain information that is required to be provided mandatorily is not available, that is also deemed to be a defective. So, so these things, after looking at the defective things, the CPC will be taking up the return for processing under section 143.1. The brief overview of how the ecosystem of the CPC. On one hand, we are dealing with the taxpayers through the e-filing website. On the other hand, we are also offering services to the income tax department through ITBA and all for the purpose of passing the income tax assessments and all these things. We receive the returns from e-filing, and maybe some whatever paper returns are there, they will be digitized by the respective assessing officers at the field. They will be sent to CPC, and the tax will be processed and tax accounting is done. And when I was speaking about record management, it means that the ITRs that are received, those things will be managed at the CPC. And in the process, we are dependent on multiple agencies like Voltas for the tax payments, 26As, tax deductions, and all these things. NSDL for flowing our refunds and receiving the tax payments, etc. And of course, of late, we are also having some other thing called NPCA and all, which our next speaker, Mr. Dharani, Nath, will be touching upon. And we have our communications system built upon to have exchange with the taxpayers. When I say communications, it may be emails and it may be e-proceedings also through the e-filing portal. And of course, the most important thing, the refund, which will have an interface with the refund banker, that is SPA. Wherever refund is there, we'll be sending it to SPA, and from there, it will get credited to the bank accounts of the assessees. Here, we have an overview of late. You have been hearing that we are gone into 2.4 phase. It's a CPC 2.0 or IEC 2.0 rather, an integrated portal of e-filing plus CPC functions. We have brought in the CVC, IEC, many other facilities to the taxpayers. Some of them I can say that I think demands facilitation, which I think DAT sir will be touching upon at a later time. A beautiful, well-conceived plan to help the taxpayers in a better manner. Then again, mobile app for filing the returns of income through our mobile app. At least ITR 1, 4, maybe 2 also we are planning to file through mobile apps. Other things more or less remain the same from a very taxpayer perspective. From a technological and within CPC perspective, there are a lot more other changes. Advantages of the CPC that we are planning to bring in is, number one, pre-filling the returns of income. As of now itself, there is a lot of pre-filling going on in ITR 1 and 4, 2 and 3, a little less. 5, 6 also we are planning to bring into pre-fill as much as possible. Lot of background data is being collected to have a more pre-fill on a year-to-year basis. Once these things are done, the main advantage is straight-through processing. The return is filed at e-filing. Immediately it is taken to CPC. Immediately it is processed. So first, I think it has been the experience of many of the taxpayers, including me as a taxpayer. I filed the return of income. I wanted to see whether the return has been filed or not. Of course, I verified. Once what is the status, I wanted to see whether the return of income is filed, whether the acknowledgement can be downloaded. Intimation itself was there. So within 2 to 3 minutes, the return was straight away processed. So that 2 to 3 minutes, that kind of a pace we have achieved here in 2.0. And we are having the call center, integrated call center, which will help others. I mean, that's okay. I think I'll more concentrate on the CPC part, processing part. I'll just skip here. What we do at CPC? Quickly, I'll finish. We receive the return of income. We check for the defective and prima facie adjustments. If any defective or prima facie adjustments are there, we'll hold at a particular point, send the notices to taxpayers, wait for their responses, and based on those responses, we will move ahead. Then, of course, wherever the CPC defective or PFA are not there, we'll be loading from the e-filing. We'll compute the income and tax, and of course, tax and tax payment matching is there, which, of course, as I said, we will be collecting from the TDS CPC, we'll be collecting from traces and NSDL. Based on the tax payments that are available at the rate of the assessee, we will be doing the mismatch check. Then, of course, it comes to when I say interest computation under section 234A, on the day it reaches one particular point, we'll be computing what is the 234A, 234B, 234C as on that date. It's a separate module. And each of these things are separate for each of the ITR type and each of the assessment years. And we will be doing all these changes on a yearly manner. Now, of course, not yearly manner, certainly we'll be doing because of the Finance Act changes, etc. But on a regular basis based on the feedback that is received from the assessees and based on whatever quality checks that we employ at our end. We'll be doing lots of changes to our processing rules on a regular basis so that our processing reaches as accurate as possible. And it's a continuous process of improving upon the systems. Lots of inputs go into it, including inputs from the taxpayers. Of course, once the calculation of demand and refund is done, that will go to, those things will be posted to something called FAS, Financial Accounting System, which Mr. Dharani Nath will be touching upon a little later on. And if there is a demand will be sent, demand notice will be sent. And if it is a refund will be sent along with the communication, of course. Then processing activities are, I think certain things will go to recovery of demand for it. If there is any rectification, the taxpayers will come on a rectification. Am I audible? My internet connection is unstable, so I'm getting. Am I audible?
You are perfectly audible.
You are audible.
Great.
Right. Thank you. Then, of course, if there is any refunds that fail, then we also offer services for refund reissue requests, where there are certain exceptions that we'll be handling. When we go through this prima facie adjustments and all these things, there will be an enhancement of income due to which demand or refund or something like that, there will be a change in those things. Even otherwise also there may be a change because of the tax payment mismatch. If there is TDS has not come and TDS challans have not come to CPC, because of those things there may be a variance at the computation level, which we will be looking at based on our set of rules. And if there are any high refund cases, there again we'll have a kind of a double kind of a check. We have our own internal rules to see when it is not required to see. And in the end, of course, after everything is done, if the people are not happy, there is a grievance mechanism to approach the CPC. This is the overall performance of CPC for age from I think 2011-12 onwards we have put. If we see the number of returns that were filed in the of assessment year 2011-12 were 1.74 crores, out of which 1.54 crores were processed. And the other returns, why they are not processed is mostly there will be revised returns. There may be defectives, that kind of thing, mostly revised returns. By and large, they are revised returns. The gap will be, we can say that they are all the revised returns. Starting with 1.74 crores of returns of income in the assessment year 11-12. In the assessment year 2021, CPC has received 7.03 crores of returns of income. 21-22, of course, the due date is still not over, and these statistics are up to 31st January 2022. I think as of now, we have received about 5.4 crores of returns of income. And out of this, 4.87 have been processed as of now. As on January, it was 4.06. As of now, it is 4.87. So, as of now, about 84% of the returns that have been received during the year have been processed during the year itself, which, according to us, at least is a good achievement, to put it in suitable terms. And the average time, if we see, from financial year 18-19, we were used to take 123 days on an average to process a return of income, which has over the years come down to 26 days, 84 days in financial year 19-20, 38 days in financial year 2021, and current year it is 26 days. These are the statistics for the assessment years 2021 and 21-22. You can see that we have received so far 6.4842 crores of returns of income for the assessment year 21-22, out of which 5.75 crores of returns have been verified. Balance about 40 plus 20, roughly 60 lakh returns are yet to be verified. That is where we are also trying to educate the taxpayers to preferably go for EVC and help us in increasing the pace at which we can process the returns of income. I mean, help like the tax bodies or like Taxmann and the bodies handled by Mr. Mukesh Patel will play a long role in helping us in achieving this. Our motto should be to go for EVC, save paper, go for quicker processing. Coming back, so out of the 5.46 processable crores of processable returns, we have already processed 5.87 crores of returns of income. And out of these 4.87 crores, more than 1 crore returns have been processed and accounted within 24 hours. Some are within minutes, some are within hours, some are within half day kind of a thing. Within 24 hours, it is 17% of the verified returns we have processed. So if the balance 68 lakh returns were to be verified quickly, I mean, they also would have been processed well in advance. Now, again, the 53% of the verified returns have been processed and accounted within 15 days. So within 1 week, as the DAT sir has already pointed out, another 24% of the returns, so 17 plus another 24, roughly 30%, 32% of the returns have been processed within 1 week. These speeds have been, compared to the earlier this one, they have been phenomenal, and of course the system is designed to be behaving at that speeds. And coming to the accuracy of processing, we can see from when in the 2011-12 assessment years, this is suo motu, means on our own, whatever rectifications we are doing due to tax rate mismatches, or maybe if there is any mistake that we have committed and we have made the rule changes, etc. So starting from 1.94% of returns of income in the 11-12, and a higher this one of 3.3% of returns in 12-13. In 21-22, at present, we are at 0.12%, meaning out of every 100 returns that we are processing, or 1,000, out of every 10,000 returns that we are processing, 12 returns we are probably making a mistake, either making a mistake or the tax credits have not come, because of which we are making a suo motu rectification. So that again is a high percentage. Even earlier also the small issues were small. Now itself it is the comparatively the issues are smaller. Rectification request received, meaning Assesse perceives that there is a mistake committed by the department, so they are coming back on a rectification request. They are also have come down over the period. The graph also is consistently going down. 2011-12, the percentage was 3.6. Which has come down to 0.1% as of now in the year 21-22. It is again as of January. It's not updated up to February. Again, this is as of now number of returns filed. I have already touched upon this. We have already issued refunds in 1,83 lakh cases, amounting to 1,76,348 crores. This is the amount of refund that has been issued so far. What are our problems in CPC while processing the returns of income? So, I mean, basically the problems will come whenever there is some data inconsistency within the returns. That schedule is not tallying with this schedule, that some figure is missing. By mistake, I have put some other figure. This figure should have not been put. All these things, these are inconsistencies within the return of income, or maybe with the audit report. So what we have done from our side to improve upon the system? I mean, just now I said what are the numbers which have the processing numbers about the processing quality. Now I am saying what did we do to achieve this? So we have improved upon the ITR forms to for clarity with FAQs. We have provided additional validations in the return within the return itself. We have within our own utilities, we are having many other software professionals offering the utility services. We have onboarded them also. We have requested them. These are the validations that are required within the return of income to make the processing better. So, and the common mistakes that have been committed by the taxpayers, we have sent FAQs. Internal validations that I have already told. And the last one, have as many rules as possible operating at the utility or upload level, so that the return with error is stopped from being received. So whatever we are trying to put in the CPC, like if I'm having a PFA rule or defective rule or whatever it is, everything is coming at upload level itself. Now what happens is, if an error is there in the return of income, it is at upload level. We are saying, you have this problem, this return is suffering with this issue, please correct it. Now, most of things will apply at utility level. Certain things may not be possible to put at utility level, we'll put at upload level 1. Second is, this will aid the other utilities also, other services offered by other software providers also. If they have not put certain rules, the upload level utilities will rules will stop it from getting filed. Now, the numbers, if you see, they are great numbers. In fact, on ITR 1 we are having some 193 rules operating at upload level, and ITR 3 we are having some 700 plus rules operating at level, and ITR 5 and 6 we have 640 plus rules operating at upload level. They are quite big in number, but the present hardware has been so programmed, and it is having such huge capacities that it is able to take the load. In fact, this December we were just worried as to with this many rules that are operating at upload level, how to handle it. But thanks to the e-filing team led by our DIT sir, not a single rule was required to be relaxed. Everything went on fantastically well. Not a single rule we are required to relax. So, I mean, the system performed well. And the other problem area is mismatch of TDS and tax payment claims. Lots of mismatches used to happen. Now, again, the numbers have come down. What we have done is, regularly we reconcile the data with CPC TDS, whatever is there in CPC TDS, whether we are having at CPC-ITR also or not, the regular reconciliation keeps going on. And of course, if certain things are not filed because the tax deductors have not filed the returns of TDS, then there are penal actions continuously that the department is after them. And we have also made available the 26As on the website. And we are having this single sign-on with our CPC e-filing website. Except for those issues that were brought out by Mr. Mukesh Patel, where the large files we are not able to download. In all other cases, from e-filing portal itself, the 26As is downloadable. I mean, through 26As, you can enter NSDL website and download from there. And we refer to this pre-fill of the returns of income. One of the things that we are trying to do is to pre-fill the return. All those tax credits are pre-filled in the electronic returns itself, so that there is no mistake committed while inputting TAN or something like that. Mr. Mukesh Patel, I think this is partly your issue will be resolved with this, because we are trying to pre-fill the details in the ITR itself. Most of the details will appear here through pre-fill. Not to say that we will not take up with the TDS CPC. This is another additional facility that is being provided from the side of CPC. Now, these are certain prima facie adjustments that we said that the return will have some, may have some prima facie adjustments. The section provides for prima facie adjustments. Most of the attendees, I believe, are tax professionals. I'm not sure whether I should take up the issues in detail or not. There are.
I would suggest you may, of course, with the kind of enlightenment that is overall prevalent based on the registration figures, sir, these basic slides you could take them as read. I think the fact that they are forming part of the presentation is very useful.
Yes.
But in order to, because sir, we have loads of questions for you and Mr. Rajashekar, and I'm sure you would like to do justice, because we may be able to go through these slides at leisure.
Yeah.
So they will always remain with us. But we don't want the discussion and interaction and brainstorming on the issues to be left unattended.
Okay, with the
thank you so much, sir.
I'll like to take the permission of DAT sir to quickly go through.
Yes, please. Thank you,
yes.
sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So I mean, basically, we say that all these things are done on a very automated process level. No manual intervention. Rules are already built. Notice is issued based on the contents of the notice and your responses. After going through the manual responses and if wherever there is improvement that is required to be done to the business rules, we will also take up. But we prefer that the response, if any, in addition to the text response, should come through data form only. Our response mechanism is basically agree and partially agree is one thing and disagree. If the assessees are agreeing to the adjustment, maybe we require the agreement to be confirmed through a revised return. In any case, even if the revised return is not filed, the adjustment will be made based on the contents of the return of income. Disagree is a problem. Disagree, when you are saying disagree, we will, by and large, the taxpayers are coming up with the text response only. That requires some kind of analysis, and of course, so that leads to some delay in the processing also, because we have to analyze, we have to wait. If there are once a large population of responses come, we'll have to go through the responses, make any corrections that may be required to be done, and then only we will be doing the we'll be taking up the processing. So how we do it is there is a large team that is working on these things, and we take the responses, bunch them together, categorize them, and based on those categories, we do the tweaking of the business rules. So same thing I said, emphasis is on data-driven processes. Even if you don't agree also, it is preferably, whatever your views are there, it is preferable that you put it through as a revised return so that the response comes as a revised return. This data is supposed to have been there, but then by mistake I have put it in some other place. So I am putting it in a correct manner. Please take my revised return and process it. That way, if it comes, it will suit everybody. And in sometimes it is not possible to go by whatever the response is coming. We process the return of income based on whatever our perception is. Now, once the processing is done, or if there is no scope to file the revised return and time is already over, nothing is lost, one can always file a revised, seek a rectification through filing a rectification request. We attend to these issues based on the rectification request also. Of course, the rectification request will come with certain limitations, like there are certain conditions like we won't allow change of income, change of gross total income, chapter 6 reductions, and all these things. It's a published document, one can see it. Some of these rules are like this. I mean, we'll simply skim through, like scheduled property. In scheduled property, the house property, the co-owners, they are saying there is a co-ownership property, but then the total ownership is not coming to 100%. Somebody is saying some X is 20%, I am only having 50%. Balance 30%, where did it go? We don't know. So based on such things, there will be some prima facie adjustments. Partner information is incorrect. The salary remuneration paid to the partners as per schedule IF is incorrect, and with reference to whatever is entered in the profit and loss account, there again some adjustments will come. Once it comes to chapter 6A, like ATGG also is claimed, or HRA is also claimed in full. Then ATGG is more than 25% of the total income. These kind of things are calling for prima facie adjustments. Other contentious issues where you may be interested, like section 36, borrowed interest on borrowed capital, etc. numbers. Let us have a look at the numbers. How many returns are going through prima facie adjustments? Out of the 6.59 crore verified returns in assessment year 2021, 143 one-year returns are 5.03 lakhs. Meaning about 0.76% of the total returns were filed are coming to prima facie adjustments, which again is a small number compared to whatever numbers we are dealing with. And the numbers obviously have come down because of the efforts that have been put in the upload level validations, etc. over the period. 21-22 we have not yet made the statistics available. Time to file the returns is still there. Defective rules more or less same. Out of 6.59 crores verified returns, 10.06 lakh returns are in defective queues. This is about 1.53% of the total returns filed. This includes the returns governed by Rule 37BA3 handled through 1399. I think there is one question indirectly relating to this, which everywhere, wherever in every webinar we face, we face that question. So I'm more or less sure that question will come. We'll see that in detail. I have not covered it here. So, and again, here the data in defective, it's not necessary that every return will necessarily be invalidated. Once the notice is received and once the reply is coming, we'll go through the replies, and if the reply is okay, then again we'll improve upon the business rule and we'll release the return for
Sir, have you stopped your PPT?
No.
Somasekhar,
I think
is
for
it moving?
some reason,
Is it moving now?
no, it is not visible at the moment. So if you would wish to once again continue from where you were, I was a bit surprised. For some reason,
probably can reshare your screen.
No, it looks like I don't know, it's showing I'm not even in the webinar.
Yeah, Somasekhar, if you have completed
Sir?
substantial portion of your slides, I think then we can conclude.
Yes, sir. I think we'll move to Rajashekar, sir. More or less everything is closed, except for the small numbers. I was only required to go through.
Yes.
Actually,
sir, as I mentioned, we will certainly not regret if the PPT, some part is not completed in full, because in any case, the time and efforts that have been invested by your team, you along with the very valuable guidance from Mr. Rajashekar, sir, they will remain as part of the proceedings. In fact, what we will do is, in the edited part of our proceedings, we will ensure that even without your voice, the entire remaining pages, are duly shown. And in any case, Dr. Mathew, I, at the cost of repetition, would like to say, and this is the feedback that I have been receiving. Now, when live sessions go on, you get WhatsApp messages and messages from so many quarters. The feedback has been simply overwhelming. And sir, I wish to wholeheartedly compliment you and your entire team for the work you have done. Sir, the only challenge part, as we have been experiencing in the first session also, and I believe some issues may come up here, is that ultimately the taxpayer wants to listen to sweet music. And he's used to listen to sweet music on FM every morning, sir. And FM here would be the finance ministry. Just as you mentioned, IT for IT. Sir, IT for IT has done wonders. Now, sir, if we can have this orchestration between the CPC, ITD, CPC traces, the Insight portal, and various other agencies. Now, for example, sir, I would like to specifically compliment you because this is a very recent achievement and of the ITD, that is AIS. I think, sir, AIS has gone a long way in ensuring that I'm sure at the end of this year, you would be able to say that thanks to AIS, the initiative of the department, sir, there are much more accurate returns because it is possible for taxpayers to, verify so many things. Our only difficulty is that if something that belongs to me is not appearing at all, how do I show that? And sir, I would like to very strongly urge Dr. Mathew that probably during your dynamic tenure, something like this can come up where, you said you are like a post office, postman, that you do the conveying part, etc. But I believe, sir, you are doing a lot more as far as the assessment proceedings, faceless are concerned. No doubt, sir, you are a communicator. But you can take a lot of feedback from the taxpayer in regard to his problems, where new credit has not been given, where he believes, that corrections, now even the scope of AIS can be widened, sir, the kind of information and responses that he can give. So these are some of the things starting on this very positive note. Sir, I would like to pose questions to one of the real veterans, because as was introduced, by Ridhima, I think Mr. Rajashekar has been in CPC as long as CPC has been there. So FMs have come and gone, and DIs and DGs have come and gone, but Mr. Rajashekar has continued. I believe Mr. Somasekhar also has had a great innings. So I must thank you, Dr. Mathew, for giving us these real trusted old war horses, because they know where the shoe pinches, and therefore they have the best possible solutions. Now, sir, Rajashekar, sir, the most important question, we are fully conscious of what you tried to explain to us, that your processing is done on a data-driven basis, and you are going by your past experiences, etc. But, sir, the challenge is, the taxpayer. Now, for example, CPC makes an adjustment, prima facie adjustment. Sir, it is a very welcome thing. Earlier, we did not have that. We did not even get a notice. A prima facie adjustment came and straight away. Now you are at least cautioning me or warning me that here is a prima facie adjustment that we propose to make. Do you want to make any correction or anything, etc.? Now, sir, the question is, where you make an adjustment or a rectification, sir, I must know what is that adjustment, why you have made the adjustment. Because many a times, in fact, sir, I have personally experienced, and tax professionals, Sibichen ji must have represented to you, when we go in appeal against an intimation under 143(1)(a) or against a 154 order of the CPC before a CIT appeals. Now it will be faceless. Earlier, there was even a possibility of getting a remand report straight away. I don't know what's going to be the procedure now. But, sir, where adjustment is made and there is no speaking order, no reason is given, sir, the taxpayer is left high and dry. Our humble submission is that somehow the software must be suitably modified to provide the possibility of a speaking order. Let the taxpayer know why you have made the adjustment. Please.
Okay, Mukesh, you yourself have told that we issue a notice, correct, for the prima facie adjustment.
Yes,
in
sir.
that notice, we also give the details of what are the errors that have been and the proposed adjustment. The details are mentioned, correct? We give it in a tabular column mentioning which schedule of the return and which serial number of that schedule we have verified, and we find there's an error. So that is mentioned, and what is the amount of the mistake also is mentioned. And the same thing, if an adjustment is made in the 143(1) intimation order also, that table is put to show what is the adjustment.
No, I appreciate, and that's why I said one part is a very positive move, that reasons, at least I'm given a notice. The question is, the response that I'm required to give, as you yourself said, is either agree, disagree, partially agree, and I can file a rectification only if I agree or partially agree to the extent I'm enhancing or improving my return. Sir, I cannot, sir, please kindly appreciate. Now the point is, I want to explain, and this is this covers a couple of questions on this very issue. So I am trying to bunch them together also to save time. Sir, our humble request is that where a taxpayer has given his part of the explanation, and sir, many a times it may happen that he may be relying on judicial pronouncements of jurisdictional high courts on issues that are settled by authorities. Maybe the department has a different perception. Now, sir, what happens? You only say you want to make this adjustment. Sometimes the taxpayer wants to point out that if the proper, presentation in the various schedules is linked together, there is no reason or scope for an adjustment. Now, how does he explain this to you? And the point is, you make an adjustment, sir. Now, I want to go in appeal, as I said, they will say there is no, sir, in any appellate authority, they must know what both the sides have to say. What is the reasoning of CPC? Sir, you have only said you want to make an adjustment for this particular count, but what is the reason? Why? So that is, unfortunately, for whatever reason, I think because of constraints of data-driven systems or whatever, Dr. Mathew may like to suggest, sir, our only request and submission is that if we can have some more robust and transparent kind of communication and reporting under these kind of situations, so it will go a long way. That, sir, please.
I will just add to what Rajashekar has mentioned. Now, as we repeatedly said, this is a system-driven processing, no human intervention.
Yes, sir.
Now, since the Act says that a communication need to go to taxpayer for him to give a response why this adjustment is wrong. For that, in a minimal way, the sense we give the reason. Reasons are given in the every whatever we send this communication. Reason is given. Now, if you think about the earlier year when assessing officer used to do this 141A adjustment, at that time also there is no proper hearing. There is no hearing there. In fact, there is no detail. See, it's also summary. It's a way of seeing the return. Prima facie, arithmetical error. A allowance which is not to be allowed has been claimed. This type of very prima facie, that is why it is called prima facie adjustment. And that too comes only for 0.7% of the total returns filed. Because system just matches between the forms or schedules filed along with the return. Certain income is claimed some in the another column, that is not reflected, matching data is not available in the other part of the form. So this type of things. Now, once we get the communication back, again system will through an automated way check it up, either accept or reject, and meanwhile the correction, this thing, all those things can happen. Now the problem is we send the intimation. Okay. Once the intimation is sent, things are not closed there. They can file, taxpayers can file rectification under 154, that they can file online. There also, why this online method is coming? Not because department wants it to be somehow completed, make some adjustment and leave. No. Those who can make use of the online method and finish off the work, resolve the issue, let us do it fast. That's why this online is an opportunity for online. There also, if Vershi rightly pointed out, there is a claim. My jurisdictional high court says it is allowable. Another high court says not allowable. But CPC being we see it in a all India with the all India perspective. It's a system driven where we cannot go by the discretionary decisions or discretionary type of thing. We cannot build into the system. For that, again, there is a resolution. Taxpayer can file rectification application before the assessing officer. For that, they can file it. If they want to submit more documents, they want to know more details of this adjustment. This they can supply to the assessing officer. Assessing officer can pass the order accordingly. How assessing officer will call for a rectification rights. We transfer the rights to the assessing officer. Taxpayer can explain that. So we are not closing it forever, Mukesh. We can do that. Still, I will take it as a point, very important point. Our communicating the taxpayer, we are proposing a prima facie adjustment should be little more clear. Yes, I take the point. It's a very important point. Definitely, we will improve upon the communication. How far we can communicate in a simple language. What are we proposing?
I appreciate, sir. Thank you so much. In fact, your sensitivity is heartening for us, because earlier we could not even have this kind of a rapport. But sir, that brings me to the next issue where you or Mr. Rajashekar with his experience may want to explain that when it comes to coordination between the CPC and the jurisdictional AO, sir, what happens? Sir, you make an adjustment, rectification rights, as you say, are transferred to the jurisdictional AO, sir. Now, the jurisdictional AO, sir, if he is completing an assessment, sir, what he does is he does it on the basis of the 143(1)(a), because he says, well, CPC has done something. Now, sir, what is within the role and domain of CPC? What is with the jurisdictional AO? How should they coordinate between each other? And ultimately, it is the taxpayer who has to, sir, I do agree. You said less than 1% cases are going for prima facie adjustment. But sir, what is the quantum involved? I think it is not a small amount. You'll agree on that. Probably. So, sir, what can be done? Sir, our suggestion is, can something be done for more effective coordination between the CPC and the jurisdictional AO? Because many a times, it is like between pillar to post. That has happened, sir. Sir, you also have been a part of the department. You are aware. The AO says, well, the CPC has done something. I will not interfere. 154 hai, but CPC ne kya hai? CPC is also an authority. They are following certain rules, regulations. I will not listen. Now, sir, these kind of then again issues come up when AO will not pass a 154. And sir, the typical thing is a demand is raised under a prima facie adjustment. Sir, I want to correct rectification under 154. Sir, because the demand is raised, the officer will say, first of all, you pay the demand. Now, this is a matter which is, something has been raised, you pay the demand. Now, sir, these kind of issues, how do I handle? Because the poor taxpayer between the pillar and the post, he is somewhere, squeezed, and he feels the pressure and heat, sir.
I agree, Mukesh, for raising this point. Taxpayer does not know where to approach, whether his case is with assessing officer or CPC. At the same way, assessing officer also equally confused. This addition is made by CPC. I do not know why they have made the addition. I don't have the reasons. I will tell you a very simple answer to this. The reason for this is not having the information, not having the knowledge where it is. The knowledge is not, nobody can be perfect. We have to learn. We have to understand. If I am an assessing officer, I might have come to that seat only the last 1 year. I won't be knowing about that. Or I'm going to CPC. I may not be knowing that because I don't have experience there. Why I'm saying this? A case is with the CPC. till the time it is centrally processed by CPC. Unless, in the sense, in case that case is taken for scrutiny under CAS or whatever way, automated way, we will transfer that case for any rectification rights to the assessing officer. There is no confusion. Now, when taxpayer will know, taxpayer will get a notice from the assessing officer that your case is selected for scrutiny. Such cases, he should be aware that the case is not with the CPC, it is with the assessing officer. Now I need to correspond with the assessing officer. He has taken the case with for scrutiny. And if at all a 143 adjustment is made in that year for the taxpayer, that also coming under the purview for correction, rectification, deletion, addition, everything by the assessing officer only. Now the assessing officer has the entire data in the ITBA system. He can download the return, download the intimations, past orders, everything in the system. So I agree that there is some sort of misinformation that I don't have the data. No, that happens. Definitely more awareness need to be created between CPC and JAO, and now it is faceless AO. Three different authorities are there now. So definitely, Mukesh ji, I take it as a very important suggestion that no taxpayer should feel confused where I have to go. And for that only, we are going to come. You also mentioned about demand issue. CPC raised demand, AO raised demand, where I should go, TDS demand, I don't know. For that, there is a system, there is a new scheme which is going to come, which is going to help taxpayer. I will tell about that at the end.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, I'm sure we would support. Today is a round table between CPC, tax professionals and taxpayers. Sir, we would look forward to the day when CPC does a round table with JOs, to create greater awareness and sensitivity. Because, sir, as I said, it is all about, I want to listen to sweet music. Now, if the orchestra players keep on saying that, well, I played my instrument correct, but what can I do? The other one did not. Then, sir, passing the buck, because we have CPC, we have traces, we have faceless AOs, we have jurisdictional AOs. Sir, in this vast multitude, the poor taxpayer and his professional is just one. And he is lost in a haze and maze. And, sir, while our entire focus, as once again, as you very rightly pointed out in your opening remarks, the Honorable PM, the Honorable FM, they've all been talking about, sir, at India at 75, we have the vision. They have been talking about India at 100. Sir, we are like one of the world's largest tax administration in terms of number and all that. But then, sir, as we say, we'll have to, it is a continuous process, the Kaizen. And, sir, we have our hope intact because we have officers like you, Mr. Rajashekar, Somasekhar, and others, who are so sensitive and alert to these kind of issues. Thank you so much for appreciating this, sir. Sir, we'll run down very quickly through some of the more important issues also, which, we have already shared with you. Sir, you will, I hope, appreciate that we also took pains to receive the questions, read them out, filter them. And we have not just given issues, we have also given possible solutions to the issues, sir, for you to consider. So, sir, the next point is, in fact, there are two questions relating to getting credit in terms of system of accounting, Rajashekar ji. One is the cash system, when the TDS is deducted under the accrual system. And because we have professionals who are, involved, they are maintaining on the cash basis. So fortunately, after representation, you have brought in within the scope of the return, these specific columns where there is a facility of carry forward, etc. But, sir, the feedback we have received and what we have pointed out to you is that, sir, still there is something that needs to be done on that in terms of the practical difficulties which are there on this cash method. And, sir, the other issue is something which actually is mind-boggling in the sense how to claim credit where income is offered in the current year. Sir, I have offered my income. The deductor has not made TDS in this year. He makes the TDS in the next year. Now, obviously, I cannot get credit for the TDS until that is deposited. And at the same time, next year when I say that I want the credit, you may say that, well, where is the income? So, sir, this mismatch on both these accounting systems and your system software, sir, needs an attention. Maybe request for your kind comments.
Yes, Mukesh, as you yourself told, for the cash system of accounting, from I think S20 13-14 onwards, the return form got a change. TDS schedule provided the details for capturing data of brought forward TDS. That is being done. As of now, I don't find any issue, but I didn't know where the issue is arising, because now we are giving credit based on the entries in the return. If the entry is correctly done, it is given. Entry is correctly done, and the TDS credit should be available as unmatched. These are the only two criteria. Once that is done, it is automatically given. There is absolutely no issue. So first category, I don't think is an issue now. Specific cases, if you have, you can please let us know, because that is settled now for us. That is what I feel.
We will come to the most important part at the end, grievance disposal. I'm sure Dharani ji is eagerly looking forward for that. Please, sir, on the next
and for the second part, see, TDS has to happen at the time of payment or at the time of credit to the SSE's account. Correct?
Yes, sir.
But then in this case, this is a reverse case where the taxpayer is offering the income, but the TDS is happening in subsequent year, which rightly should not happen. And at the time of filing the return or processing the return, the TDS may not be available at all for giving credit. So how do we give credit is an issue which we are also thinking. There are very few cases, but there are cases. This has been highlighted to us.
So this is an enigma, I would say, sir. We will all have to jointly do some R&D to find a solution.
Yeah, Mukesh, this is being thought of. I mean, I have attended a discussion in the board also, CVT also. We are aware of the fact, and we have to find a solution. How to do it is what we are still looking at. So let us hope for a.
Sir, maybe this could be flagged by you to the board. Just as, sir, there are tax systems in the world which have carry forward and carry backward of losses. I think we don't have that, and we don't need to go into carry backward of losses, but at least carry backward of tax credit either by way of rectification or allowing carry forward of tax credit when a taxpayer satisfies that I have already offered the income.
That's what I was feeling. No, we have already had the preliminary discussions on this. The board is aware of it. We have had discussions. The only issue is this is a specific small set of people. We cannot be putting that. We have to capture the information. We cannot be putting the larger public into inconvenience by asking for all these details. We are trying to work out a method that is being looked into.
Thank you so much. Sir, the next issue is also a very interesting issue. I think while on one hand, we appreciate fast refunds being given, and probably there are refunds even issued without issue of corresponding intimation under 143(1)(a). Now, sir, what happens that many a times, where there is no 143(1)(a), it is very difficult for a taxpayer to know as to, suppose there is a variation in the amount of refund claimed and the amount of refund granted. Why this variation has taken place? What is the element of interest? These are things that bother. Now, sir, in such cases, how do we handle? With more seeking your guidance. How do we take care of these cases, sir?
No, so this is an issue of the 143(1)(a) intimation not being received by taxpayer, but the refund is received.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Yeah. So I mean, for this in e-filing, that's why we try to provide where he can download the intimation. If it's still an issue, we can look into it. But without the intimation,
this is something which may kindly be looked into, sir.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you so much for responding to that. Sir, similar issue, I think needs, yes, Mr. Somasekhar, I think you wanted to add something, please.
Mr. Mukesh, I just want to know, are you saying that in every case this problem is
Not
coming?
every case,
Or
few
in some cases, there is a failure to receive the intimation. That's what it is, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. I mean, actually, sir,
So, sir, these are cases.
aware of it.
Sir, these are cases. In fact, let me tell you, at Taxmann, our entire research team worked very hard to see. First of all, you will appreciate, sir, none of the questions we have gone into any individual case. Again, we have taken up cases only where the issues were pointed out to us that it is a serious matter. If it is something historical, we have not even raised that. By and large, we have tried even this cash method of accounting, some instances were pointed out. And we very much appreciate Mr. Rajashekar's suggestion that those specific cases, can be reported, for grievance disposal, etc. So that is a very useful thing. I think we are moving ahead wonderfully well because we are getting such very meaningful and very guiding answers. Sir, another important issue, because this is the era of restructuring. Companies get amalgamated, sir. There is restructuring, and what happens? The TDS credit of amalgamating companies in the processing of amalgamated companies. Now, this is an area which is causing a lot of issues. We have to then go and break our heads with AOs. But in the processing, we do not get, somehow there must be some system that this can be shown and reported, sir.
Yes, Mukesh. This is an issue also which has been pending for a couple of years, and this involves multiple stakeholders of the various wings of the department. We are into it, but we have not been able to achieve because this involves credits of one PAN to be given to another PAN. So ideally, I would be happy in CPC if TDS CPC does it centrally, so that it is available for across to AO, to CPC, to everyone. So that is what I've been suggesting in these meetings also. But then we have not been able to work out a solution properly. And right now it is only the AO who can do a manual order, give credit manually. That is right now the only solution available.
Sir, we wish you good luck in your efforts. But here when amalgamation takes place, it is they become one. It is like, after marriage, the husband and wife are one. There is nothing. So two companies become one. I am sure the credit for one should be given to the other because they are not two separate entities. But sir, thank you so much.
Mukesh, for income tax, husband and wife are different. So they don't become one.
But sir, this is even a better case. This is even a better case. Even sir, income tax, you do have clubbing of income, sir. Husband and wife will be different, but their
clubbing is there, Section 5A is there, Section 5A is there, all that is there, but still they are two different entities.
I appreciate, sir. Thank you so much. And sir, thank you for making the proceedings so light and so interesting. The whole flow has been going very smooth. Sir, the next important point is, I think again, Dr. Sibichen ji, you would like to respond on this. This AIS has come up, sir. And since last year, 26 AIS had SFT. So SFT and AIS, they report transactions. Sir, what happens? A property is sold. There are two co-owners. Property is sold for 1 crore, 50 lakhs each. Sir, both of them get a notice on the ground that, the transaction is for 1 crore and you have reported only 50 lakhs without appreciating that the poor fellow has shown this. Sir, in cases of joint investments, again, Rajashekar ji, husband and wife, the husband will always keep the wife as a joint holder. But then the notice comes even in the case of the wife because, she has not made a penny's investment. But because her name is as a joint holder, so sir, this information of investments and transfers in cases of joint holders, etc., which are incorrectly reflected in a repetitive manner in the EIS of all joint holders. How do we handle this, sir? Sibichen ji.
See, now in the case of joint holders, when they sell a property, now the question is a joint holder. What do you mean by joint holder? What is the contribution of each of the owners? Is it 50%? And if that details have been given with both PANs and the share, then there won't be any problem. That's what I understand. Rajashekar.
No, sir. Sir, kindly allow me to.
Yeah.
What happens is, sir, I don't have, my return comes much later. Sir, what happens? The registrar who is reporting the transaction, the mutual fund or the bank who is reporting the investment, they report with both the PANs. Sir, what happens in the case of a firm, there are 3 partners. Now, what the bank does is they take the PAN of all the 3 partners. Now, the investment is made in the name of the firm, but because there are the 3 PANs of the partners, the transactions also come to, and this is all on account of the 285BA, sir. Now, because of 285BA, the erroneous reporting or technically defective reporting, it is like deductor and deductee. Deductee has to suffer because of some mistake of the deductor. Now here, whoever has reported the information in the AIR, because it is technically incorrect, it gets flagged off in the case of this. And sir, actually there are instances where issues of even prima facie adjustments arise because you go by a thumb rule of 26 AS that say 10% income, 10% TDS is deducted out of income. Then you will say 10 times the amount of TDS would be the actual income. Now, sir, it does not go by that thumb rule because he may have paid interest on certain amounts. Interest may have been deducted at a lower rate. Sir, in cases of GST, also the turnovers, the amounts of turnovers mismatch. That's one of the issues that we have also pointed out. Now, sir, all this are made. Probably these could be cases where, you could ask the taxpayer for the information or the clarification. And if that comes all right, it should be dropped. It should not go within the realm of that prima facie adjustment. Yes, Rajashekar ji.
Sir, Sibichen, sir, Mukesh is talking about what is being reflected in AIS in the SFTs that are provided. So this we can take up, sir. We can take it up and then let us tell it to ADG Systems 2 and Insight team, sir. That this can be looked into. That is first. And your second question, Mukesh ji, is regarding that 26 AS turnover.
Yes, sir.
The turnover was being adopted only for 1 year, assessment year 17-18. When that 143-186 provision was there, that was only for 1 year. Subsequently,
yes,
it was removed. Now it is not being adopted. So
that
no
has
turnover
been
comparison.
Yes. So there have been welcome changes also. So probably this came from a person who has suffered in this regard, and
that 1 year he would have suffered. He would have suffered in that 1 year.
Very true, sir. Sir, even now you referred to, sir, Mr. Somasekhar ji pointed out in his presentation about earlier it was in fact 139.9, the defective returns. Now, sir, the representation that we have received is that these defective return notices come on the basis of this 26 AS. There are still some cases, sir, the income mismatch with 26 AS. The turnover aspect has gone, but still that income mismatch comes, and that is so, sir. This may be such cases. Either a clarification may be sought, or they may be flagged for selection of scrutiny. But sir, they may not be treated as defective because then it creates a lot of issues, sir.
No, Mukesh, you're talking about 139.9 that CPC issues with respect to application of Rule 37BA.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, Rule 37BA cases, we do not invalidate them. So we apply the Rule 37BA. And for your this thing, see, if any income, TDS is being claimed, then corresponding income has to be shown in the return, income or receipt.
But sir, the point is, as I explained, let me give an example. Sir, I am the head of the family. Sir, my 4 family members, they have given me 25 lakhs of rupees each. And for sake of convenience, I have made an investment of 1 crore in my name. Sir, I get that interest income, TDS is deducted at 10%, which will be 10 lakhs. But sir, out of that 1 crore, because the entire amount does not belong to me, there are 4 persons, who have given me that money or whatever is their share. Sir, I pay interest to them. Now, this is the explanation, and in my return, I am actually showing that. I am showing the gross, and then I am showing a deduction under section 57, which is an available deduction. Now,
No,
sir, that
we
is
take,
not
no,
being
Mukesh,
considered.
No,
See,
Mukesh,
so what I am
we
saying
take the
is,
gross only.
instead of
Mukesh,
taking the
we
return
consider
as
the gross
effective,
only.
Sir, these kind of cases, sir.
No, we consider the gross only. We don't take the net. If gross, see, in this case, say 10 lakhs was the interest. If 10 lakhs you have shown gross and then reduce, say 7.5 lakhs and offered only 2.5 lakhs, 10 lakhs is considered.
Sir,
it's not 2.5 lakhs that is considered.
So probably, as you are saying, these can be pointed out. And
Yes.
In our response, if this is explained, CPC is aware of this, and you would definitely look into it.
No, only thing
Right.
is, I mean, explanation may not be this thing. So what I would suggest is, please try to put it in the return, in the rectification, in the appropriate columns of the return, so that the system can read it. If it is not to be taxed in your hand, I would suggest you put it in exempt income column, that it is not taxable.
Okay.
For you, it is not taxable.
So technically, it is not exempt. It
No,
is only deductible.
No, Mukesh, one more with the board. I mean, we are trying to. It is not exempt. We want to the nomenclature change to be done, that it is exempt and non-taxable income.
Yes,
So
you have a point.
that is what we have proposed.
Very true, sir. Very true. Sir, in the same way, another very important area is regarding rectification under section 154. Now, sir, as you pointed out earlier, you see the present columns that are there is rectification in return data, only reprocess the return, and to the extent of 234C interest, some additional information. And sir, in cases like, say, for example, allowing short or no interest under 244A, or not allowing adjustment of losses, sir, this is very common, though correctly claimed, not allowing full credit, though it is claimed properly in the ITR. Sir, how do we, because, as you said, data driven. So probably, I think you should try to widen. This is a suggestion and request that if we can widen the scope based on these kind of, and these are common things. Now, for example, sir, you must yourself have come across cases because of anomaly in due date as per CPC, interest is being charged. Now, an extension was granted under a CBDT notification, but because, or a particular case is of not a July return, so it is, say, for example, a September or October due return. In that case, the interest calculation gets erroneous, sir.
Yeah. So for this, Mukesh, there are two parts to your question. First, regarding the first part, see, as you have mentioned, there is a rectification of return data where a full XML can be uploaded. When that is selected, there are categories which have to be selected. There's a drop down. The last drop down is others. Others gives a free text. You can still enter there in that others, mention, say, 244A not computed correctly, and upload the return for. So that reason is always there.
But sir, the feedback is in others, when we give this information, unfortunately, the 154 comes maintaining the same thing. Sir,
No,
here we have received a particular case. You see, at least two cases I am just mentioning of a 154. One is of a charitable trust which enjoys, say, exemption under section 11. Sir, obviously, it is to be taxed like an AOP. So it has a limit of 2,50,000. Now it has an income of 50,000 and a maximum marginal rate is applied. Now, I have to only take it in others because it's a wrong computation. But sir, we have instances where we receive the same. And that is what I was mentioning earlier, that my 154 is rejected. Or adjustment is now in the first place, why, MMR was charged on income of 50,000. No reason is mentioned.
No,
it is only as per taxpayer, as per, CPC.
No. Yeah, I'll tell you, see, the example that you gave, it is clear that Section 11 exemption was not allowed. Now, the reason for Section 11 exemption not being allowed is either the audit report is not being filed, correct, or it is filed after.
50,000, where is the question of audit report? So, sir,
No, not
actually,
50,000.
I am not going into any individual cases. I am only giving instances. For example, sir, one of the, while the session was on, we got because we had otherwise restricted, to ensure time management, but we got something pointing out that, there was a government servant. Now, in case of a government servant, sir, leave encashment, 3 lakhs is not the limit. Your Honor is aware that, there, according to the rules of service, whatever is the amount, is allowed as a leave encashment exam.
For this
But
case,
sir, 3 lakhs was given and there was an adjustment.
No, Mukesh,
how do you handle these cases, sir?
I'll try to explain this. See, he says he's a government servant, but in the return, he's not clicking that correct option.
Okay.
So the system reads that he's not a government servant,
Right.
whereas actually he's a government servant because he's.
So I think, sir, at least what the Honorable DI was mentioning earlier, that if the taxpayers are more alert and more sensitive in discharging their obligations and just don't fill up returns in a very routine manner, I think every little effort that is taken, and probably your PPTs have given us very useful guidance. If we do it correctly, it should come correctly. But sir, the only request at the cost of repetition is we may be informed why this is being done, so we can take a corrective measure. But Mr. Somasekhar, I think you have some point in this regard. Mr. Somasekhar.
Yeah, I think Rajashekar sir is dealing with so many things that certain things probably miss his mind, though his memory is phenomenal. See, as I already said, it is a continuous process of evaluation and improvement. There are certain values that we are trying to capture systematically so that those values can be sent to the assessees for a better understanding of the things. Like you said, why 50,000 MMR is computed? MMR is computed based on certain entries as an example, I am saying, not a specific case, certain entries in personal information. The moment personal information entry is influencing that particular entry, we are trying to capture that personal information and telling you that this is what is contributing to your this one. That is in the drawing board, is on the drawing board. We have worked out on those things, which are called as a concept of interim values. There are some large number of interim values that we have identified, and that will more or less settle your issues. Number 2, coming to your rectification issue, maybe we may have what you call, since the values are very, very large in number, automation of certain things may not be possible. How many drop downs, how many scenarios we can visualize and give? Most of the things, whatever you are saying, the moment we learn that this mistake has happened, we correct the rules, and the moment you are trying for a reprocess, if you are asking for a reprocess, definitely system will take care of it and correct the issue. But then only catch is we should know it. How do we know that so-and-so issue has happened? That's where we have to see. Let us see how to go about it. Sir, I think
to both of
sorry,
you,
I think that the interim values thing, I think you missed to communicate. I had to intervene. Sorry, sir.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, thank you to both of you. I think I will just take up one last question for you, sir. And this again is completely related to system, and therefore probably you could do that. While in session 3, Dharani ji is going to take up some very valuable issues in relation to refunds and adjustment, etc. But sir, on the aspect of computation of interest, I was wanting to point out, a particular situation where, the interest under section 220 subsection 2 is charged by CPC. In fact, I must say prior to CPC, this 222 was in the statute book and AO was never alert, and probably the revenue was losing a lot of money. But now what has happened is 222 is being charged. It is being charged and it is being adjusted against refunds. Sir, what happens, kindly bear with me, a taxpayer succeeds in an appeal. Appeal effect is given. while the appeal effect is given, he is given the refund of tax, etc. He is whatever interest is also charged under 234A or B or C is accordingly revised. But this 220 subsection 2 interest, the AO does not know an iota of it. It is entirely the system which has done this. Because CPC, well, you can say eats away like a termite. You know, the 222 element of all outstanding demands, even though it is a wrong demand, you know, out of the Assesse's legitimate interest, legitimate refund. So as a result, you know, now this 222 is eroded over a period of years. Sir, something gets settled either by way of 154 or 264 or in a appeal in 250 or 254. And the taxpayer is entitled to refund. Please understand this, appreciate this. Now, sir, neither the AO knows nor even the taxpayer knows how much of 222 is adjusted against his refunds. Sir, at least the CPC should have one account where I can click and see what is that 222 interest you have charged over the years and how will I go and get a refund in case of a relief. Sir,
no, Mukesh, I would not do that way. If I was the assessing officer, I will recompute tax 234 ABC. I will also recompute 222 and arrive at the demand and then give credit to all the challans that have been adjusted.
The AO says, I don't know. Sir,
no,
because even
no,
the
that's right. I'm coming to that.
But sir,
I'm coming to that only.
May I, sir, Dr. Sibichen, Mathew is listening to me, I'm sure. Sir, we need, Lord Krishna to, take appearance with his Sudarshan Chakra. We would like you to please, whenever you listen to this message, come appear and tell us. I think, sir, Rajashekar ji, you will agree that if in the system, whatever 222 you are adjusting, sir, you are just sending some small little intimations at times. But there is no consolidated reference to the same which is available. Sir, if this can be made available, that's a prayer. It will go a long way, sir.
No, Mukesh, what I was trying to tell is why is this required to be? See, there's a challan which has been adjusted. AO has to give credit for the challan. That's all.
But sir, I don't know. That's my problem.
No, see this is again
because sir, if it was to happen in 1 year, sir, this is done over a period of years. And correct. You do not even say this 220. Suppose in case of a company, there are multiple demands over the years. You just say 222. It is not even shown that this is 222 for which year. Sir, this is a fairly complex issue. Probably you may want to look into this, sir, in the interest, larger interests of equity and justice. That is what I would mention. And in fact, this was one of the last issues as far as, your session was concerned. I would like to profusely take this opportunity to thank you, sir, both of you, because you have, I think as veterans, old guards and horses, sir, you have really taken up so many issues. And sir, what we very candidly appreciate is both of you have been very fair and transparent in saying that there are issues which need correction, course correction, and that you will, in the larger interest of the taxpayers, take up these issues before the appropriate authorities, higher up, CBDT, maybe traces. Sir, this is extremely heartening. And I would say, Sibichen ji, this is one of the greatest achievements of this CPC Roundtable, that, we have developed so much of understanding and sensitivity for issues, which are there and which are troubling us. I think that is what is more important than anything else. Over to Rima. Now, Dharani ji is going to take over and we are going to be having an extremely wonderful session. In fact, Dharani ji, we are starting this at the dot when it was supposed to end. But, sir, I am only recalling that there have been pictures like Sholay which have been multi-starrers. You know, they have lasted for 3 hours and 45 minutes, though usual Hindi film is about 2.5 or quarter to 3 hours. So let this be a Sholay, a mega starrer of all. With permission of the Honorable DI, we will allow this third session to continue with a valedictory session to follow. Taxman has made all technological equipments ready to continue the session. So with your cooperation, I am sure we may continue this. Thank you. Ridhima, please.
Thank you so much to our panelists, Shri Rajashekar and Shri Somasekhar for a very helpful session. This brings us to the last session of our webinar on the topic issue of refunds, registration of legal heirs, and representative assessee and grievance redressals. I would like to welcome Dr. Shri Dharani Nath to take us through the session. A very good evening, sir. Shri Dharani Nath DDIT belongs to the 2013 batch of IRS and has vast experience in the department in areas like investigation, central circles, assessments, TDS, and international taxation. He's presently working in CPC for the last 2.5 years. He has adapted the technology-based working environment in no time. Before we proceed, we would be grateful if Dr. Mathew would share his thoughts on our last session.
Thank you so much. I will not take much time. We are already delayed, but I would say this is the most important session for all of us. I am also a taxpayer. I am also waiting why my refund is also getting delayed.
Please allow me to say, please do take much time, because all the time you will take is for the benefit of the taxpayers. And sir, I was just mentioning to your colleagues a little while ago that let us break the record of Sholay also, which is said to be the longest multi-starrer in the history of Indian cinema. Sir, you are no less than a superstar as far as the income tax department and your team is concerned. Let us create and recreate, because it has been extremely valuable. I think whatever we've gone through, you've been listening and watching through very closely. Sir, with my profuse appreciation and gratitude for the predecessors, I know we have a lot more expectations from Dharani ji. And of course, sir, as they say, every dessert, the icing on the cake is most important, which is going to come from your side, sir. Please.
Yes, and we can spend more time. Only at 6:30 there is another meeting. At 7:30 another meeting. We have.
Sir, आज थोड़ा exception कर लीजिए in the larger interest of taxpayers and in the name of FM's diktat that we were engaging.
Definitely. So Dharani is going to tell us why the refund is getting delayed in some cases, or why the refund is faster in some cases. He will also speak about why, in what circumstances, certain refund is withheld or not to be issued, what circumstances. And he will also explain to you what, under section 245, when a communication goes to taxpayer or assessing officer, when they have to respond, if they have not responded, how it will impact the issue of refund. So we will also talk about registering the legal heir, registering the representative assessee. These are all very important. Over to Dharani Nath.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mukesh. Let me share my screen. Yeah, I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, Dharani, it's visible.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, after the sessions on the e-filing and e-proceedings, where we got better insights and the finer points involved in the e-filing, and we have heard about the processing of returns, right? Let's go ahead in the journey of the return. The next logical step that is there is the issue of refund if there is any excess tax paid, or issue of a demand notice in case there is any shortfall in the payment of taxes that are due. Now, in this part of the session, let us touch upon these two important areas of the life cycle of the return of income. Right, I will take you through the issues involved in registration of legal heir and representative assessee, and also about grievance redressal mechanisms subsequent to that. Now, all of you would appreciate, and as the DA sir has also mentioned in his keynote remarks, the swiftness with which the returns are being processed and the refunds issued has improved leaps and bounds over the years. From the days when the returns were manually processed and the taxpayers would wait for a couple of years, to receive his or her refund, we have moved to times when the refunds are received within days of filing the return, right? This quantum leap in this crucial area for the taxpayers was possible because of the technological changes that the department has adopted. As as a part of this endeavor to issue refunds seamlessly to the active and current bank accounts of the taxpayers, the concept of pre-validated bank accounts, pre-validating the bank accounts was put in place. And taxpayer can now pre-validate any number of bank accounts for the purpose of getting the refund into their accounts through the e-filing portal. And as you are aware, refunds from the income tax department are transmitted only online through the refund banker to only such pre-validated bank accounts. In very, very exceptional cases, the assessing officer, not CPC, only the assessing officer has been authorized to issue refunds through checks after taking approvals from the appropriate authorities. Now, this of course is used in a very exceptional circumstances only by the assessing officer. Otherwise, as I said, the refunds are transmitted only electronically. Now, here I request the help of each taxpayer who's waiting for his refund. Now, please help us in issuing refunds smoother, faster, and seamlessly. How do we do it? By taking little extra efforts with regard to the bank account pre-validation, you can help us serve you better with faster and error-free issue of refunds. The points are here. Please link your bank account with the PAN bank linking. Please link your PAN and bank account with Aadhaar. This also helps in your e-verification. Please pre-validate such bank accounts through the e-filing portal. You can see the results of your efforts there. And very important area is ensure that the name of the account holder in the bank account is the same as in the PAN. Now we have a matching rule where if the name is different from the name in PAN, there is every likelihood of the refund failing. So please ensure that you have a bank account with the same name as your PAN and also linked to your PAN and Aadhaar. Now you can enter all the bank account details through your profile in e-filing portal, and I would request that all such accounts are also entered when you file your return of income. And of course, this is a legal requirement anyway, as per the statute, and therefore, if all the accounts are there, why I'm mentioning about multiple bank accounts if you have, and the pre-validation is, in case for some reason one of the bank accounts which is mentioned, suppose you have 3 bank accounts and mention only one in your return, we would try to issue the refund to that one bank account, and for some reason, if it is not valid or if there is some issue with that bank account blocked by some authorities, the refund fails, and the entire process, the refund gets delayed, and the entire process has to be repeated. So, in case there is a second or a third validated bank account, I would suggest that we would issue the refunds to such bank accounts. Now, coming to the issue of validation of bank account, how is it done? No, we have the data of the bank accounts gets updated in the portal, by the taxpayer. This is transmitted to the refund banker, that is our State Bank of SBI, which in turn shares this data with NPCI, the National Payments Corporation of India. And as far as the integrated banks are concerned, we get back the information about the validity of the bank account very fast. And in respect of the other banks, based on the IFSC, NPCI sends this data to the concerned bank. Okay, and the concerned bank sends back the feed after verification. Now, based on the validation sent by the bank, that is integrated banks through SBI and NPCI, CPC issues a refund to such validated bank account only. Why is this done? Instead of my refund getting credited to my bank account, if it goes to somebody else's, now 2 people, like one person is more than required happy, the other one is unhappy. we don't want to make any such mistakes. So this extra caution is being taken for these issues. Now, what happens in case of a refund failure? An intimation is sent to the taxpayer about the failure and the reason for failure also. So in that case, if one bank account fails, we can get the, as I said earlier, we can have multiple bank accounts which are validated. As I mentioned earlier, there are integrated banks where the data comes very fast, in the sense, very quickly as a response. So within no time, if the account is validated, the refund also moves smoother. Now, coming to the bank types, the types of bank account to which the refunds are issued and to which the refunds are not issued. Bank accounts which are held by Indian bank in foreign branch. Yes, if PAN is linked to that, we do issue it. I mean, I have not mentioned the Indian bank account and Indian branch because that anyway will be issued. NRO accounts, yes, if the PAN is linked to the NRO account, it is issued. Coming to the issue of foreign bank not having a branch in India, presently we are not issuing to such bank accounts for different reasons, which I will touch upon a little later. And even NRE accounts, presently we are not issuing, but I will mention about this a little later on what is the way forward for this. So the companies and assessees with no bank account in India, AO can issue a manual check as per instruction 11 of CBDT. There is an instruction based on which the refund can be issued. Now, as I mentioned, there could be instances of refund failure. Now, why does the refund fail in the first place? There are multiple reasons. Some of them I had touched upon. And at CPC, we have found that lack of a valid bank account, name and name in the PAN and bank mismatch, PAN not linked to the bank account. These are some of the major reasons because of which the refund fails. And as I mentioned earlier, please ensure that you have a pre-validated bank account through your e-filing portal, and it is also nominated for receipt of refunds. Now, what has to be done in such cases? Once the refund fails for any reason, the taxpayer is communicated of such a failure, and then the taxpayer can come for refund reissue through the portal. Now, the screen shows you under services, you have the refund reissue tab. And this helps us issue the failed refund once again. Now, as I said, the refund request, the one issue that has cropped up for multiple times is the e-verification through the Aadhaar OTP for the refund reissue request or through the DSC. Now, e-verification of refund reissue is a requirement due to enhanced security in CPC 2.0. Now, instances of this being a hurdle is in placing the refund reissue request by persons not having Aadhaar or DSC or Aadhaar linked mobile number have been to receive the OTP or not having a DSC in the first place have been brought to the notice of the department. And though the number of such taxpayers is very less compared to the number of returns that are received and the number of taxpayers we have, Mukesh, let me tell you, our endeavor is to overcome this issue proactively. Discussions are at to find a solution for this issue have been taken up, and I am very sure in a very very short while, I don't know how much time, but then in a very short while, let us hope that this issue also is overcome, though the number of such affected taxpayers is very less. Now, what do we face? The challenges that we face in the post-processing scenario. Where post-processing is after the return is processed, either a refund or demand is there. Let us talk about the refund part. The problem area is that there is a failed refund. It is due to the data deficiency in the bank account. As I said, the not having a pre-validated bank account, the name being different on the PAN and the bank account. So these kind of things are there. Now, as I said, the proactive steps that we have taken to issue refund through ECS, I have already mentioned them. You get your bank account pre-validated. If you have a second alternate bank account, pre-validated, nominate these accounts for issue of refund also. So, I mean, if refund fails, if crediting refund fails to one bank account, we search for the alternate bank account and issue refund there. So this is what I suggest. And in fact, if even the first one bank, if I have only one bank account and that is properly pre-validated, I don't think there will be an issue of refund failure. At times, there is a slight delay in getting the feed from NPCI regarding the validation of a bank account. I'll touch upon that a little later. Now, coming to the issue of 241A and related issues. Many a times, the cases are in scrutiny, and the return has already been processed. Assesse has received the intimation with, we have calculated the refund, but that refund doesn't reach the taxpayer. This has been a issue, burning issue for many taxpayers whose cases are again in scrutiny. Now, the issue here is that return has been processed, that return is under scrutiny, and the assessing officer has invoked the 241A provision. Now, as per the provisions of 241A, the AO is empowered to withhold issue of refund in cases which are under scrutiny. Now, in such cases, the refund is withheld with the approval of the concerned PCIT. And in cases where the assessing officer feels that refund need not be withheld because that for whatever reason, because of his reason to believe that there will be no loss to the revenue that way, he can mark his response and we release that refund. Now, the decision taken by the AO is as per the provision of the Act, and where the refund due to the taxpayer is not required to be withheld, AO informs the CPC, and CPC releases such refunds. Let me tell you the entire process in CPC regarding 241A is automated and is done through the systems only. So such refunds can be withheld only till the completion of the assessment. And once the assessment is completed and it is accounted in CPC, the refund is acted upon accordingly through the system in an automated manner. Now, as Mukesh had mentioned, yes, let me touch upon some of the sensitive issues or the pain points regarding demands and 245 related issues. Now, what happens when does 245 come into play? Return is processed, we arrive at some refunds, and we find while issuing the refund that there are outstanding demands of earlier years, or whichever year. I mean, it can be earlier or subsequent year, whatever. So, what when there is a refund for this for any assessment year, and simultaneously there are outstanding demands of other years, the system triggers a communication to the taxpayer as well as the assessing officer for confirming the correctness of the demand and its collectability. Confirming the correctness of the demand and its collectability, right? Based on the responses received and the refund, based on the responses given by the taxpayer and the AO, the refund is either adjusted against the demand or released without adjustment in case these, say, such demands are not collectible or they are stayed for whatever reason. It is important that the taxpayer marks his response in the portal when such communication is received from CPC. In many cases, we have found there is no response from the taxpayer. Now, what happens when there is no response from the taxpayer? As I said, we send a notice to the taxpayer, and he has to respond within 30 days. And if the taxpayer agrees to the adjustment of demand because the demand is correct within 30 days, yes, such refund is adjusted against the outstanding demand, and the balance refund, if any, is credited to the taxpayer's bank account. Now, if the taxpayer responds with the disagreement within 30 days, the disagreement of the taxpayer is then communicated to the assessing officer, and his or her inputs are taken with regard to the collectibility of the demands. Since the entire process is automated, it is requested that the taxpayers respond to the communication received through the portal. Now, proactively, we have been connecting with the assessing officers in the field as Mukesh had requested, having a proper integration with the different arms of the department. We have been doing that. Where there is a delay in response from the assessing officer, we have been contacting them and asking them to give their response. Since this is an automated process, as I said, the feed has to come from the assessing officer through his portal called ITBA, and the data is received in CPC, and based on that, we issue the we take the further necessary action. As I said, if there is no response from the AO, then a refund is issued to the taxpayer without adjusting it. Now, the improvement that we have made in CPC 2.0 is that the 245 notice, the communication to the taxpayer and the assessing officer is being issued simultaneously. This will reduce the overall time required. Instead of 30 plus 30, it will be within 30 days. Now, let us see a couple of situations where the taxpayer, the different combinations of taxpayers responding. Like as I said, this is how the taxpayer can respond on his portal. Now, what happens when there is no response to the notice issued under 245 from the taxpayer? In that case, AO's response is taken as final. And what if there is a delay in response from the taxpayer? And suppose if the AO response adjustment is made based on the AO's response after the time allowed for responding to the taxpayer expires. What if the assessing officer does not respond despite the taxpayer disagreeing to the adjustment? Refund is released to the taxpayer without adjustment because the assessing officer has not responded. Now, what if the assessing officer disagrees with the proposed adjustment? Refund again is released to the taxpayer without adjustment. So, sum and substance is that if the demand is confirmed as correct and collectible by either the taxpayer or there is no response from the taxpayer confirmed by the assessing officer, CPC has no option but to adjust those demands and release balance refund if any. So the important takeaway from this point is that please respond to the demands when you receive these notices. Mark them as collectible or not collectible, and that will help CPC in issuing refunds faster and in a better way.
Dharani ji, with your permission on this aspect, may I just point out, this was a question which was to follow later, but just a small clarification. You said where the AO does not respond or the taxpayer does not respond, you will take that silence as being in favor of either the AO or the taxpayer, as the case may be. But sir, where the AO says he wants to collect and the taxpayer says that it is not justified. Sir, this is a situation where mere automation cannot decide. Sir, we will flag this issue for the consideration of the Honorable DI. And I think something may need to be done. A couple of issues are there. Sir, you will, I'm only mentioning this, that please keep time, particularly on that aspect of refund failures, this aspect of 245, and also the issue to follow. Sir, we have some couple of questions. I just thought I would sensitize you on that, sir.
Yeah, Mukesh, thank you for raising the issue. Now a question arises about the taxpayer not being aware of the feed or the response given by the assessing officer in case of his disagreement for adjustment marked by the taxpayer, like the taxpayer marks it as not adjustable or he's disagreeing to the adjustment to be made. Now let me tell you before you raise any query on this that this issue is already in discussion, and in the coming days the idea will be taken forward. And the suggestions forward in this forwarded just mentioned by you in this regard would be taken up at the highest level, and we'll try to get a solution for this. Wonderful. As you said, there could as you said, there could be instances where the assessing officer has marked it wrongly, or he is not aware of the collectibility of the demand. I mean, I would rather rule that out. But as you said, there are issues that have been received by you. So this has already been discussed, and we are going to surely take it forward. We don't want to tax or collect demand from even 1 rupee from a person when it is not due.
Please.
Yeah. With your permission, shall I move forward to the next topic?
Please do that, sir. Please do
Yeah.
that, sir.
Thank you, Mukesh. Coming to the issue of registration of legal hire. Now let us move forward. This is a very sensitive and important area for the department. The legal hire. On the unfortunate demise of a taxpayer, legal hire is the person who needs to take the matter forward, be it the income tax matters, the legal matters, the financial matters, or any other matter for that in that case. Now, how do you register? I'll just breeze through these a couple of slides. I mean, it's a very easy method to register as a legal hire on the e-filing portal. You have to log in through the through your credentials. That is, the legal hire can log in through his credentials, go through this authorized partners and register as under the tab register as representative Assesse, and you can proceed from there and also enter the mandatory fields and upload certain documents there. Now, this is how the e-filing site looks. As I said, under the authorized representative, register as a representative Assesse, you can create a new request, and in the drop-down, you can choose the legal hire request and move forward from there to register yourself as a legal hire. Now, what is the requirement? As I mentioned, some certain documents are required here. Now, this is I mean, in layman's term, yes, a little tedious process. I'll touch upon this also in a moment. What are the documents required? This list is available in the e-filing portal also. When you scan through the this one, then you actually use the tab for registration. And like it's a legal hire PAN, deceased person's PAN, deceased person's death certificate, and any one of the scanned copies of legal hire certificate. There is a list of documents, which also includes a indemnity bond. Now, why are such documents required for the legal hire registration? First thing is, it is a legal requirement because there are there could be multiple claimants, right? Second, only as far as the refund is concerned, refund in the case of a person other than the taxpayer. So to ensure that the refund is issued to the right person, in the sense the right legal hire, the above documents are required, right? Now this is a requirement as per law, as I said. Now we have been issuing we are issuing refund to a person who is not the tax assessee, so it has to be made doubly sure that the refund is being issued to the appropriate person. Now we have received a suggestion saying that why should I, like as I mentioned earlier, let me go back. Yeah, we have the fourth point is a registered will. The suggestion received was that why should it be a registered will? Why not a notarized copy or a self-attested copy of the will? When other departments and other places, a self-attested copy of a document is being treated as a valid document, why not for this? Yes, it is a very good suggestion that has come to us from various fora, and we'll surely take this up with the appropriate authority. And let us hope that on a future date, a self-attested or a notarized true copy of the will also become a appropriate document for registration of legal hire, because that would surely reduce hassles for the already hassled legal hire. Now, how do you download the format for indemnity bond? Yes, the path is there. You can log in and you can take a letter of indemnity from there. You can use it and get it notarized for this purpose. Now, after the successful verification by the income tax authorities in the e-filing, the request for legal hire registration is approved, and the particular person is added as a legal hire for all further purposes. In a similar way, let's come to this point of ITR filing by the legal hire. Once again, when you log in using your PAN, there is a drop-down mentioning as logged in as legal hire. Then the rest of the story is the same, like the way you file your return. And even the e-verification, it is like you are filing the return as a legal hire for that person. And what I would suggest, like what my previous speakers have mentioned, the EVC is the best option to e-verify, so that even the return gets processed almost instantaneously. And if you are choosing the ITRV mode, then please take a clear copy, sign it at the appropriate place, and send it to CPC at the address given below. Now, yeah, this is again just about viewing the refund status once the return is filed. Now, coming to the issue of refund reissue request of a deceased person. Yes, once again, you have to log in as a legal hire and go to services. And under this refund reissue request, follow the path. Very simple. And the details required can be submitted. E-verify, the refund reissue request can be e-verified. And or you can use the DSC also if it is registered in your profile. Now, the legal hire bank account details will be accepted at the time of submission of such a request. Now, this is one very peculiar situation where the ITR has been uploaded, but it was not verified by the deceased person. What happens in such a case? In such a case, that return will be treated as invalid. It's invalidated, and the surviving member of the deceased person can register themselves as a legal hire, as I mentioned earlier. And through the e-filing portal, this can be uploaded, and that will be treated as the proper return on behalf of the deceased person. Now, registration of a representative.
There is a small request.
Yes, sir.
This representative SSE,
yeah.
In light of the fact that it may not affect a very large number,
right?
Can we keep that part as read? We will be keeping and documenting it. And if we could come to the grievance redressal,
I will just take
extreme importance.
I will just take 4 seconds to reach the grievance redressal slide.
Please do.
And so, in fact, even registering a representative assess is the same as
legal hire. That's
hire.
What I thought, sir.
Yeah, there is no. It's not very different from that. It's just that you are selecting the appropriate drop down there.
Right, sir.
Now, grievance redressal is one of the the areas where we are looking at something like reaching a time when there are no grievances at all. Hope that day comes. Let us see. Now, what are the most common kinds of grievances that we come across? Again, very quickly, I'll move here. It is about knowing the refund status, the return not being processed, bank account validation. Sometimes 26 AS TDS is reflected, but I'm not getting credit for that. And there are certain other things as far as e-filing are concerned. And we are unable to use the certain functionalities that are there. Now, in the e-filing portal, we have a grievance tab here at the bottom. This can be used. And if you have a PAN, you can use that option. And if you don't have a PAN, you can use that option and move ahead. The moment you click on this, one of the options, you get the further screens. Now, in case you do not have a PAN, you can submit the details here. You get an OTP on your email and mobile. You can fill in those two and move ahead. Now, in the grievance, we have the departments, we have the categories and subcategories. Now, in case you have not received your refund, you can select the category as refund and subcategory, whatever is your grievance. It could be a legal hire issue, it could be some other issue. We have certain drop downs, and you can submit your details. And when you want to mention something in addition to what is already there in the drop downs, you have a 3,000 character free text box. You can fill in your grievance there, and you can also attach certain documents which are required in support of your grievance that you are requesting. Now, why am I mentioning so much about when there are multiple ways of communicating your grievance? Why I'm mentioning about this particular e-filing portal grievance module. Now, this was something called e-Nivaran earlier. Now, we have a dedicated team of officers headed by a high-ranked officer attending to each and every grievance received at CPC. Grievances relating to both e-filing and CPC related areas which are of the post filing the return are attended to by this team. Responses are given to each and every grievance received and acknowledged. Updates are communicated to the taxpayers, and in certain cases which involve some technical issues, slight delays in the resolution of the grievance may be expected. But please be rest assured, no grievance received in CPC remains unattended. Now, how are these grievances tracked? A unique ticket number is assigned to each grievance, and the progress is monitored every day. Aging of the grievance is checked in the dashboard and monitored by our beloved DIT sir on a regular basis with the team of the officers handling the grievance unit. At CPC, we are sensitive to your grievances, and minimizing the grievances over a period of time by improving or making the necessary changes in the systems has been the endeavor of CPC. As Adhavan sir had briefly touched upon this, grievances are also received through emails and in paper form at times. And CPC digitizes the same and assigns the ticket number to such grievances. However, this involves more of a manual activity, and hence the grievances tab in the portal is suggested to be used. Now, we, in addition to this, we have several agents in the call centers who take the calls and responding to the queries of the taxpayers. We also make outbound calls to the taxpayers for giving updates and information. Campaigns of various issues are sent to emails and by emails and SMS also. Now, from the times when you had to visit the income tax office in person to get your point across, we have now reached a stage where we have multiple channels of communication through which you can reach out to CPC with your concerns, and we are here to resolve your issues and also ensure that such issues do not arise on a future date. So, so that every grievance is a learning for us, and we have always endeavored to make things issue free for the taxpayers. So this is what I have to present about. Mukesh, you are on mute.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I would say this was such a wonderful presentation, and what was I would say very creditworthy was that, sir, you incorporated so many of the points where issues were raised before you, and which is going to help quite substantially, because it will save time on the issues, the brainstorming for this session. And we will very soon wrap up with some questions which are there for you, sir. And then I would be requesting the Honorable DI sir to finally wrap up, with some very, I would say, encouraging news, if at all, sir, you are able to offer us. The best thing is, sir, each of the sessions, Dr. Mathew, I must say, the speakers were very candid and forthright in even pointing out and supporting the issue where they felt that the taxpayer was fully justified in raising this. And sir, we are so overwhelmed that you have said you will yourself initiate this and flag it before the respective authorities. So, sir, with that, thank you note. Sir, a couple of issues, and probably Sibichen ji, you will have to step in here, because on this 245 adjustment, sir, it was very lucidly explained, and I think taking the lesson and message from this, taxpayers will ensure what they need to do. But sir, there will be still situations where, sir, we have pointed out in our questions, say in a particular case, sir, demands have a reason. In the earlier years, in fact, even as per the CBDT's guidelines under section 1914, if an issue is covered in favor of the taxpayer in his own case by a tribunal or a court judgment, and merely because the department is pursuing it before higher authorities, sir, they do not even ask us to pay 20%. Your good self is aware about it, sir. Now, the question is that if that 20% recovery is also stayed, it is stayed, then that stay should also operate qua CPC in terms of 245. Sir, if the department, the CBDT says that this is something which is not to be recovered unless and until there is a finality. In fact, sir, in this finance bill, now to check litigation, sir, a very welcome provision has been brought in that a collegium of commissioners will decide whether or not, an appeal requires to be made by the department. They may even wait for a higher court judgment and then accept it and give effect. Now, in such cases, the objective is that demands should not be raised unless they are really required to when the law gets finally settled by the apex court. Sir, our prayer is, and I think we can, on these few pleasant notes, end with an assurance from you that, sir, if the CBDT, in accordance with the dictats of the High Court, sir, they say 245, should not be made. Sir, why should CPC recover? So that's the prayer, sir.
Okay. This is a very important question you have asked. I am happy to answer this.
Please.
The reason is this. The first thing, if there is a demand in respect of any assessment year for me, where I need to check? I need to check up my portal, that is my e-filing portal dashboard. It is a dynamic platform. Any number of years you have a demand of 18, 8, 9 or 9, 10 or 11, 12. Everything is available anytime, 24 hours. You should know that I should check it up. The first and foremost duty of a taxpayer, including me, is that once in a while, go to my e-filing portal, use my credentials, log in, and find out any demand is outstanding for any year. I need not wait for a 245 communication. I need to wait for a refund to be withheld for that. I see this. I can do when I file my return this year. Okay, anyway, I have to be in the portal to file my return. Okay, let me have this drop down, check it up. Any demand is outstanding. If any demand is outstanding, I should know that this is which year's demand, 8, 9 or 9, 10. It is very clearly given. If it is earlier year, if it is prior to the formation of CPC, CPC came to 10, 11 onwards, 11, 12, 13 onwards, we started processing. The demands of AST, which is all migrated to this portal, because this is the single portal now of the taxpayer. Now, at any point of time, taxpayer can take up with the assessing officer, yes, 10, 9, 10, there is a demand, some TDS mismatch is shown, I have 26 Is with me, I want to show this to you, please take it into consideration. And if the demand, if the TDS is already remitted by the debtor, the credit is available now, AO can get the feed, check it up and reduce it. One aspect. If it is a demand created under 143.1 by CPC, you can come for online rectification. As we discussed earlier, online rectification time is still there. You can just do that. Otherwise, if it is not to be done in an automated way, I need to give some court appeal in my favor or something else, some document in my favor. Transfer the right to assessing officer. We will transfer it based on a request by taxpayer to the assessing officer. We will transfer it, and there you can approach, reduce the demand. If nothing has been done like this, demand will be lying there only. Now, when the refund is determined, at that point of time, as per the Income Tax Act, before making any adjustment, we have to issue a communication. For any demand, anything which is above 5,000 rupees, we immediately send a communication and we give 30 days time to the taxpayer. And 30 days time to the taxpayer we will give. After 15 days, we will send one remainder SMS also. Please respond. Do you agree to adjustment of this demand or do you disagree? Now, if he says, I agree, we will not check up with the assessing officer. We will straight away adjust balance refund. If it is due, we will issue. If the assessee says, no, I disagree, then what we will do? We will send it to the assessing officer. CPC is a backend of this thing. Front end is assessing officer. He is authority. He is assessing officer of the taxpayer. So he will check up whether this demand is collectible or not. Based on his response, we will do adjustment. This is what we do. Now, assessing officer doesn't respond for months. After repeated reminders, assessing officer is not responding. But assessee has disagreed to the demand. What we will do? We will not adjust. We will issue the refund. Because indefinitely we cannot wait for the assessing officer to give his response. This also we are going to, Mukesh, we are going to take it up with the board. I know a lot of difficulties are being faced by the taxpayers. CPC will take up this with the CBDT, that there should be a strict time limit for the assessing officer to respond. No, I
and sir, our request is, I think what a little improvement in the current practice and which can be done by CPC. Sir, the AO sends you some response that the demand is collectible for whatever reason. Sir, today, the taxpayer is not informed for that response and an adjustment is made straight away. Okay. Sir, if I am informed as a taxpayer that the AO, sir, I disagree. No, sir, if I disagree, sir, I must be told why the AO is not agreeing to my point of view. Sir, then I can go to the AO and pursue, sir. Mukesh, how would I know the AO has disagreed, sir?
Mukesh, I got the question. We cannot indefinitely delay issue of refund. This has to be done immediately. So we need to have a procedure followed by intimating the taxpayer. 30 days time is given. We cannot go on corresponding between AO is told this, what do you want to say? Then taxpayer says this, then we'll tell the AO, what do you want to say? Taxpayer is saying like this now. This is not our job. We can't do it. Why CPC is created? To expedite things. This doesn't stop the grievance of the tax assessing officer. Taxpayer can go to assessing officer and get it corrected. Now the issue is not that. Issue is this. Now, Mukesh, you rightly point out, assessee might have gone for appeal. Assessee might have got an order in his favor, or in the same assessment, for the same assessee, another assessment year, the demand has been taken, stayed by the court or deleted by the court, appellate authority. This information has to come in the assessing officer system, which is ITBA. We have a system, CPC system. I told you all these are system related, automated. System will check up. In ITBA, for this 10,000 rupees demand of taxpayer, whether the demand is stayed by the authority, any authority, there is a drop-down menu in ITBA. So assessing officer has to necessarily give, yes, this is stayed by CAG appeals or ITAT. Or apart from that, subjectively, AO can take a decision. This demand itself is wrong. Assessor has already got something in his favor. So he can say this is not collectible. So again, as I said earlier, this is a question of misinformation, lack of awareness. We will create.
Sir, a small request. Sir, you have developed a very healthy system of drop-down menus. Sir, if in my response under 245, when I say I disagree, sir, I think Mr. Rajashekar and Mr. Somasekhar can assist you, and even Dharani ji for that matter. Sir, there can be these 2 or 3 drop-down menus which say, where the taxpayer says, my demand is covered by stay as per guidelines of 1914. Sir, then sir, what will happen? Sir, let me tell you, in such cases where there are large refunds, it is on record, it's a matter on record, taxpayers have gone to a court with a writ petition. Sir, every single court be it Delhi, be it Bombay, be it Kolkata, be it Chennai, sir, they have given rulings in favor of the taxpayer. But sir, we don't want every taxpayer to go for writ petitions. Sir, after all, and sir, today, sir, kindly appreciate from this point of view. Sir, if the Finance Bill 2022, why was this provision brought in? That you see, the collegium will say, we will not file an appeal. The department will not file an appeal because in the case of the Assesse himself, or in 100 such cases, matters are pending before the Supreme Court where the department has lost before the High Court. And until the Supreme Court decides one or the other way, they don't want to create multiple litigations and multiple demands. Sir, if this is the objective, sir, what was there until, I would say, 31st of January is a different thing. But sir, in light of this very positive development, and the paragraph of the speech of the finance minister that one of the avowed objectives is to reduce litigation. Because sir, what will happen when the demand adjustment takes place, there will be heartburn, there will be litigation. Sir, then, through the court, a taxpayer will get. So sir, let the CPC know that there are these kind of 2-3 cases. Sir, there are instances, I'll tell you, sir, and we have pointed out that demands have been rectified by the AO, but they are not deleted by CPC. Okay. Because, sir, AO has a different portal, CPC views on a different portal, so there is no alignment. So, sir, I think you can help us here in these kind of matters.
Yes. Again, let me reiterate to all the participants, those who are hearing me. Please. CPC is an automated system. CPC does not replace or substitute assessing officer. One thing. Second thing, there is a drop-down menu. We are agree or disagree. Taxpayer can say, okay, mine is covered by this appeal, or I got an appeal order, I got a stay. There is no way CPC can verify it. CPC, they say that there is one circular number such, this is applicable to me. We cannot verify. We are not supposed to verify. It's an automated system. That is what it is designed. That is what is the purpose of creating CPC, to make it expedited. Now, whenever there is a issue where he disagreed in the portal in 240 under in response 245, he can inform that the assessing officer that yes, please put the correct flag in the portal, ITBA portal. This is my stay order. If you are not aware of the stay order, I am producing before you, you put the flag. So that system will read. CPC system and ITBA system will read. So please understand that ITBA system is assessing officer system. That cannot be tampered, diluted, or mixed or integrated. That is unique. It's a judicial thing. Our CPC is a procedural thing. We work on a delegated thing. So we are on a delegated mode. We are working for assessing officer, which is an electronic way. Here we cannot go through a high court decision and then apply this has to be applied by assessing officer. That is his job. Now, you pointed out 245 adjustments have been rejected by again CPC orders have come from the court. It is not like that. Court has never questioned such things. What court says, there should be a reasoning for that. In the sense, how we given enough opportunity to the taxpayer. 30 days time just be given to the AO. Assessee, has it been given? If we have flouted that, definitely we are answerable. It's not that it's a perfect system. Sometimes what happens, we trigger a communication. Communication, because of technical problem, it never reaches the taxpayer. High Court says you are in a wrong thing. Yes, I admit. There's a wrong thing.
Sir, I appreciate. Sir, I would leave it here. But my prayer is, I think Dharani ji probably understands this. And sir, jointly as CPC, you could take this up, yes, at the level of the board to consider that if 1914 guidelines are there, if this is there, sir, they can, and sir, at least you can give the facility of a drop-down box where we can inform you. And sir, our only prayer is, if AO does it, again, don't do it. But at least for once, the first time the AO says that I disagree, because AO writes only one line, disagree. In that case, sir, what happens? I do not know, because when will I approach the AO? Sir, if I know that the AO has disagreed, sir, my only prayer is, sir, after all, sending me a mail standard, by saying that AO has disagreed in your case, sir, don't give me 30 days. Give me 15 days. In 15 days, you may approach the JO, or otherwise this may be adjusted. Sir, something of that. I'm only leaving it for your consideration.
I'm here to listen to you.
Yes, sir. And sir, there are challenges. Now you see rectification rights transferred from CPC to AO. AO says they can't raise a request to CPC. CPC says request has to come from AO. Sir, there are instances that have happened. Sir, if this was a auditorium where we were there, and if I had asked this question and tax professionals were there, sir, a large number of them would have raised their hands like this. So this is not something imaginary. This is actually that is happening. Sir, some thinking out of the box will have to be done. And sir, we are confident that you and your team would be able to do this. Now, sir, another issue I am just mentioning, sir, Dharani ji, I have to ask you this question. We were talking about, sir, these refund failures. Now, sir, the non-residents, he said the cases are few. But, sir, NRIs, sir, our Honorable Prime Minister, Foreign Minister, they all value so much the contribution of NRIs. Merely because law does not allow Aadhaar verification for, Aadhaar for them. And because they need to come personally for biometrics. They don't have Aadhaar. Sir, so sir, this is something where you will have to find a solution.
Yes.
Sir, cooperative banks. Now,
yeah. Let me just pitch in regarding the e-verification part, as you said about the validation of bank account, different failure cases. As I mentioned during the the presentation also, this was introduced as certain after we noticed certain irregular practices that have happened. But then let me assure you and the entire audience that with the active support of DA sir, discussions are going on within the department about this issue. As I already mentioned in the presentation also, the numbers might be few, but we are sensitive to those few people also. We don't want even one person to have this grievance. And I'm very sure a solution is likely to emerge, and you will be the first person to know about it.
And I would say today you would have also, with the kind of assurance that you gave, I'm sure a lot of deceased souls, wherever they are, they would be blessing you because, sir, we were talking now the present requirements, a registered will or a certificate from the revenue authorities and, from a court order. Sir, this is practically impossible. So, sir, right, for ease of business, I think if, sir, am I correct in my understanding? Because we as taxmen, we would like to, this is, I think, one of the very important clarifications that has emerged from this roundtable, that if I give an indemnity bond, say, my close relative has passed away and I am the legal heir and I give an indemnity bond that I take responsibility for this along with I give a copy of a notarized will, because we said registered will in India, sir, not even 1% of the wills are registered. So a notarized or attested will, and I give an indemnity bond. Sir, should this not suffice?
Yes, Mukesh, as I mentioned during the presentation just a few minutes ago, we will consider this. This, as I said, we are sensitive to certain things which, coincidentally, both the things have come in my presentation. So we are sensitive to these issues. We will take it up at the highest.
I would suggest in all pending cases, because there are quite a large number of such cases. In fact, the major issue is going to be, we will have to approach, under 119 to the board, because, 2-3 years have passed, nothing has happened. And therefore, the taxpayer, if refund is to be taken, they will have to get a, condonation from the board means wherever, whoever is authorized, the CC or the PCC-IT based on those limits. So, sir, this is something which I think in larger interest of the taxpayers, a pragmatic humanitarian approach may be taken, sir. That is one request. Sir, I should say even, we celebrate the International Children's Day. What wrong have minors done that TDS is deducted in their case because investment is made in their name? Sir, today the system does not allow, taking credit in the case of parents because income is required to be clubbed under Section 64. Sir, you must find a solution for this.
Yes, we have already found a solution. We are at it. Maybe in the coming days, we will just have it ready and we will issue some sort of guidelines on this. We will post
Wonderful, sir. Wonderful.
That there is not any problem regarding that.
I think this is great news and this will be extremely helpful, sir. I think in each of the sessions we have got issues where you have been extremely positive. And sir, even on grievance disposal, Dharani ji, maybe the DI would like to say something, sir. Taxpayer is unable to contact CPC telephonically because PAN and date of birth, sir, are typed. But the response comes, details do not match. What do we do in such cases, sir?
See, now if the call is made from the registered number in the portal, there is no problem. But then still we need to confirm, you see, not only on income tax call center, you book a ticket for Indigo and you want to change the thing or any refund claim or anything you have to do at the call center. They will ask you all these credentials. So like that, we are asking only the four numeral this thing in the PAN number. This 4964P, 49644, that digit has to be put. That four numbers and also the date of birth. So in the DD, YYYY, that format. That's the only thing we are asking. These are basic things.
No, sir, that we have no issues. Dharani will respond.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay,
yeah.
Sir, actually there was an issue with our the call center where there was a slight difference and the date of birth was not matching because of the 1 day difference. That has been resolved, sir. That was there for a couple of days and it has been resolved, sir.
That was only in the initial days when we had all those thorns, no rows.
Yes, sir.
So that was their initial days of 1.0, 2.0 transition. There were a lot of thorns. So that and all already solved. Now there is
sir, I'll not take much time except something I must say. This has come only on a WhatsApp. From a very distant place, somebody found out the number and it has come here. And sir, the genuine problem in that case is, sir, we have heard of cases where PAN is surrendered. And we know cases that unless a PAN is surrendered, a PAN is always valid. Sir, there have been instances, according to this, where it is pointed out that bank accounts are frozen on the ground that the PAN is no longer valid. Now, sir, if a PAN was valid until yesterday and it has not been surrendered, the entity has not ceased to exist. Sir, how can, because the bank says we have got instructions from the CPC that these PANs are frozen. Sir, is there any concept like frozen PANs? I could not, believe it myself.
No, Mukesh ji, no.
Then, no. Sir, we'll need to flag these cases. I'll reply to this gentleman.
Yes. First thing, my first request, send that PAN. We will check it up.
Please
Second,
do, sir.
We don't issue such freezing or foreclosure orders or whatever to the bank.
Sir, I am glad, this is being heard.
We'll have to check from the bank on this.
Yeah.
How bank is reporting like that? How bank can report like that? Taking the name of CPC, that to taking the name of CPC.
No, I will, Mr. Somasekhar, I will ask this gentleman to actually send the, details of the case, because it is something, sir, I'm sorry, but any good news on the cooperative banks front? Because in smaller places, they don't have multiple accounts. How do they handle cooperative banks?
Dharani, you have?
Yes, sir. Mukesh, as I mentioned, there is no issue about cooperative banks as such. Only thing is, as I mentioned about the flow of data from refund banker to NPCI and getting back the data, there is surely a delay in cooperative banks because they are not integrated banks in the first place. The validation takes time, and that is actually causing the delay in issue of refund. Otherwise, there is no such situation where there could be inordinate delay from certain cooperative banks. We have seen that, and in the last 4 or 5 months, we have been trying to interact on a daily basis with these NPCI and the banks. We have been having regular meetings, and we are trying to speed up the process. In fact, in the last few days, bank accounts have been validated in a day or two also. If anyone can confirm that. Multiple instances where it's confirmed in moments also, actually. Unfortunately, these cooperative banks are not on the integrated banks list. No, once they get integrated, probably things will move much faster and smoother.
I appreciate. Sir, on a very positive ending note, I want to place on record, because I am a witness to that fact, the initiative taken during your tenure by you and your team. Particularly, I recall, sir, when this registration of the charitable trust under the new scheme had to be done, under the new forms. Sir, there were so many issues, and I am personally aware of the fact that you had initiated a move for grievance redressal and resolution by having on WebEx. I think you used to have those small marked chunk covers. So that exercise, what I referred to earlier of engaging with the taxpayers, had already been initiated by you. Sir, may I, on this note, when we are concluding this very, I would say, in a wonderful environment of mutual understanding, we have tried to resolve so many issues. So many issues we've resolved also that we'll take up before certain forums, and certain other issues we keep our fingers crossed that they will be taken. But sir, the best part is you have volunteered that you will coordinate with your sister agencies within the department, because for the taxpayer, he perceives his problem with the department. He doesn't look CPC or traces or JO or whatever. So sir, I think that is a very positive thing. So sir, our only prayer or request is two things. Sir, one is that, on behalf of taxmen, you must be issuing a notice, news to so many other media or agencies also. Sir, I am requesting taxmen that they may keep a small dedicated corner in their portal, that whenever some important news is sent by CPC, sir, they will flash it after this initiative today, so that on a continued basis, the taxpayer education continues, sir. I hope you will approve of this initiative from our side, sir. And our only request is that as you would be sending press notes and other things to the media, you may kindly highlight and mark our attention, and we'll be very sensitive to giving due publicity to this. Sir, that was one aspect. And the second thing is, sir, if this initiative of yours of grievance redressal, sir, call centers is fine, going through the grievance portal through individual, things which are attended to is fine. But because, sir, 2 years ago, nobody knew what was Zoom. Sir, you and I could not, for 4 hours, when we are communicating on such a open platform, and anybody, not just in this country, but anywhere in the world, can chip in to listen to us, or if they have missed following or tracking the proceedings of this, they can later on get on to YouTube or Facebook or Twitter, and at their leisure, try to learn from the proceedings. Sir, can we not use technology, as you said, IT for IT? Can we not use IT for purposes of grievance redressal by having some such small sessions for specific issues where you may announce, and people who have those kind of problems, they may chip in, with their requests, and sir, you may guide them as to what they can be doing. Sir, on this urge, you will have your final word, sir. But I would say I started with a couplet, and I would like to end with one on a note. But sir, you are going to take your own time to bless us all, with the ending note. Sir, as I mentioned earlier, roundtable going hand in hand. That's our symbol, which is also visible here. Sir, hand in hand reminds me of this beautiful couplet, where the Shair said, "Hame sahel ho gayi manzilein, hawa ke rukh bhi badal gaye." Sir, in spite of the challenges, he says, "Hame sahel ho gayi manzilein, hawa ke rukh bhi badal gaye. Tera haath haath mein aa gaya, to chirag raah mein jal gaye." Sir, if CPC, tax professionals and taxpayers, they walk hand in hand, sir, I think we will see those days of what we would call as Ram Rajya in at least the taxpayer administration, sir. Sir, on behalf of Taxman, I would like to thank you, but request you to please give the concluding remarks, and we will end on a very positive note, sir.
Thank you very much, Mukesh. Let us all, end with a sweet expression of our ideas. Now we were debating, we were arguing. I was giving my thoughts. You are giving your thoughts. In any case, only one person is for all of us. Only one person is important. That you and me as taxpayer. Though I am a commissioner, I am also having a role as a taxpayer. Tomorrow I will not be in this seat. I can get a demand notice. I can get an order against me. There's a wrong adjustment. So we all step into the shoe of a taxpayer. Whether you are a chartered accountant, whether you are an advocate or a tax officer, we all have to step into the shoe of a taxpayer to resolve the genuine grievances. When I say certain things, that is coming from the existing system. That doesn't mean that there is no scope for improvement. There is no perfect system. Though my argument to you was only based on what is given, what is the existing system. But we all pick up innovative measures, new ideas from each one of you. With all those questions which have come up. Initially, we also think how this question will matter to us. But out of the box questions can really transform, radically change the situation. Definitely, we'll take up all those issues which have been raised today.
Thank you, sir.
With us, and we will coordinate with, as you said, department is one for a taxpayer. Taxpayer doesn't bother about ITBA or JAO or faceless AO or CPC. For him, income tax department is one. So we need to gear ourselves as income tax, different wing of the department. We need to have coordination. And as I said, we also need to have awareness, development within us. Like I should be aware. AO should be aware what functionality he can effectively utilize. Like every wing of department, CPC TDS should also understand. So we should not work as in silos. We have to be always together. The point well taken, we will do that. I have only to conclude 2-3 points.
Please.
One point is that communication. When you mentioned that, why don't you have some sort of sessions with the taxpayer? Yes, this is what we have done in the last 7-8 months. If I say this, people would say, why should you say this is your duty? When I said that my team didn't have any Saturday, Sunday, the last 1 year, I am not exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. But no point in saying it as a big, great thing we have done. But we were trying to resolve certain issues. Even today, if I see in the building, no officer leaves till before 9 o'clock. Then they need not, they can just go home. That shows the commitment. So, We have not left anything which we we think that we should not. We can just go take things for granted. It is not the thing. We are committed to that, and definitely we will do that. So regarding the communication, I would like to request all the participants, please ensure that you have your contact details updated properly in your profile page of the taxpayer as well as the return. And with the communication between us and you is only through email or message. If you have not taken care of that communication, the primary ID and secondary ID or the contact numbers, if you are not responding back, then we are unable to move ahead. Our prima facie adjustment communication, our refund failure communication, our defective return communication, any other issue, we have to engage with the taxpayer, so that they know the email goes and they will respond to us. So please ensure that these are all replied to us, and then we will take it forward. The last thing is that about the grievances. Dharani has explained to the grievances about the grievances. Let me reiterate you once again. Any grievance filed by you through the portal, we are not throwing it away. We are getting enough thousands of grievances, but we are monitoring every grievance you send through our portal. But if you send through social media or to an officer's email ID or officer's phone call, of course, it may also come to us maybe at a later point of time. For us to track, audit the resolution, best thing is through the portal you do it. And we will not throw it away, but I agree that there are certain delays in resolution because of certain issues, which we are one by one, we are trying to face those, resolve those challenges. So definitely it is our commitment. And dear friends, we are not unhappy when you raise a grievance. We are happy when you raise a grievance. That's the only way we can improve the system. Thank you so much.
How wonderful. Sir, may I request you, you end on a poetic note. That is what finance ministers do. That is what I tried to emulate in my own little humble way. I think multi-talented Dr. Sibichen Matthews, a TEDx speaker, can say something which is more lyrical and poetic while ending, sir.
At this late hour, I would not like to have any poetic lines or humor or anecdote or inspirational word, nothing. I would just say, along with you, Jai Hind, Vande Mataram.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks on behalf of myself, on behalf of Naveen, Taxmann, and let all the panelists give a big round of applause for your own participation and for the grand success of this roundtable, sir. We clocked exactly 4 hours and 17 minutes. That's a new record, if we were to say so, in terms of at least this is what I am told by Taxmann, because they keep track record of such records. Thank you so much for all the things that you have done. For all of you, I know you have spent your sleepless nights for us. But sir, as you said, we salute you that you said you were doing this as part of your duty. I think as long as we have officers with this spirit, we can say certainly Jai Hind, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Thank you so much, sir. Good luck. Sir, just to mention, all this will be on social media. Sir, we have captured so many gems, and during the course of maybe the next few days or weeks, we will try to have smaller modules and we will use them, with your permission, as spreading the message, because as they say that it's always good to light a candle than to curse the darkness, because no amount of darkness can blow the candle away. The darkness never blows the candle. So even amidst the darkness, sir, as the Honorable Prime Minister himself said, "Mana ki andhera ghana hai, lekin diya jalana kahan mana hai." So sir, thank you. You have all been part of lighting lamps today. And thank you once again. Gratitude.